first classroom I taught in was haunted, or whatever you'd call it, by something more than just a ghost. It was evil, and it only went after the children. I used to teach preschool, and had been in the Reading School District since 2001. I left this preschool job shortly after all of this started happening. I'd been at the school for almost 2 years up to this point. 2 years of no events, and then suddenly, all hell seemed to break loose. I'd just moved into my new classroom, one that was tucked away on the east side of the building. It was smaller than most, but in fairness, my class was also the smallest, and I was technically the newest teacher on staff still. The room, it smelled a bit like mildew, as it had been previously used as storage. I did everything I could to make that room feel warm, but sadly it never did. Within the first weeks of kids being back in class, I was just getting to know my new kids, and so naturally this period of time just comes with a lot of learning about each kid, what makes them tick, their learning styles, where each kid is at with speech, etc. All of my kids were incredibly hesitant to use the sink inside the classroom. I assumed that they were adverse to washing their hands or water, so I taught them all the importance of hand washing in the big bathroom. And oddly enough, none of them seemed to have that same problem. Only they did again once we were back inside the classroom. 2 kids ended up with injuries before we'd made it through the first month, but it's the way the injuries occurred that caused me pause. The first child, it happened quite literally in front of me, but there was nothing to explain how it happened. The child was standing in front of myself and a group of kids. They were showing everyone how to do the itsy bitsy spider hand motions for the song. They weren't nailing it, of course, but it was cute and fun that a student had something they could share with everyone. As they're standing practically perfectly still aside from their hands, I watch as this kid's shirt collar is pulled away from his neck by some sort of invisible force, only to then proceed to yank the child backwards, pulling them down to the ground. Everyone sort of jumps back, inching closer to where I'm sitting. I plunged forward to grab the child who's understandably upset. As I'm consoling one child, the others gather even closer than before, and one of my kids, the strongest talker of the group, says, "Why did she hurt William, Miss Reese?" I didn't know how to answer the children, but I understand there's a time to lie and a time to tell the truth. So I said sometimes when the floor is wet, we can slip if we're not careful. All of the kids looked at me with a disappointing or disapproving look on their face, but I stood my ground and switched the subject to snack time. The second injury was just a couple of days after the first, but this one I didn't actually see, not fully. In our class we have these cubbies that line the south wall of the classroom. They aren't very tall. I can reach on top of them very easily, but for preschoolers, they might as well be on top of the fridge. They aren't getting up there. As I'm helping one child with their coat, a little girl near the cubbies can suddenly be heard crying. I swiveled around, and there was blood streaming down her face, and it wasn't just her crying. There were several kids near her as well. There were a few other kids following me to the scene, and they were saying things like, "It flew," or "Why did she do that to her?" etc. Questions and comments that I didn't really understand, but I did search around for what could have hit the girl in the mouth. It was a wooden block. They're relatively heavy, definitely not meant to be thrown, but they were also clear on the other side of the room. The good talker of the class asks me something that at first meant nothing, but soon it changed everything. "Maybe we play with the board, Miss Reese. Maybe if we play, she'll leave us alone, Miss Reese." I didn't clarify. I just said something like, "We can't play a game right now, buddy. Maybe tomorrow?" But when I turned to face the kid, he's pointing at the ceiling above the sink. Still, I didn't react because I still didn't really understand what games would be up in the ceiling. I said as much, got the kids to their parents, and then I went back to my classroom to close up. Standing in my classroom that time, I couldn't take my eyes off the area near the sink, specifically the ceiling. It had bothered kids or grabbed their attention one way or another since class had started. I don't know about your classrooms, but mine consists of ceiling tiles that are easily removable and lightweight. Just push and they pop up. I knew I couldn't leave that classroom until I checked above the sink, so I found a small ladder and opened up one of the ceiling tiles. I didn't see anything, felt around a bit, just dusty. So I lifted another, and this time I did find something. A Ouija board. By the looks of it, an old one. I put it down almost as quickly as I picked it up. I didn't know much about this stuff to understand how dangerous it was, but I'd never heard anything great about them. I almost left it there. But this thing, whatever it was attacking kids. I couldn't let that continue. At the very least, I couldn't let the board stay. So I threw it away in the school's large dumpster. Several months would go by. No more strange events or injuries. Instead, I found the board again, tucked in the ceiling near the sink. I wouldn't have even thought to look again until my talker told me the board was back. I laughed, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, I acted normal for the remainder of the day, and then immediately looked again once the kids were gone. I once again took the board to the dumpsters, only this time I decided to cut it up. The thing was practically falling apart on its own, so a couple tears and it was dust. I told my janitor what I'd done, asked that he keep an eye on the classroom for strange activity. He shrugged and went on his way, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to go back to that classroom. I called the next morning to inform my boss that I was going to have to visit family in Utah for a family emergency. A few days after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Since I wasn't ever going back, I figured I'd be honest with her. Naturally, she didn't believe me, and instead probably thought that she'd gotten lucky, someone like me leaving on my own accord. But God, I'm so curious if she ever looked in the ceiling, and even more curious if it was still there. I mean, I'll never know because, well, I'm never going back. Apologies if this story feels scattered. Something new just happened, so I'm trying to get it all down before it leaves my brain, though I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. I guess I'm looking for advice. So first off, before tonight, 3 weeks ago exactly, my girlfriend Kayla and I experienced something strange while walking from my car to my house. Just as we approached the doorway, we both heard what sounded like laughter. We stood there silently for a moment, listening carefully. I think we both felt that the laugh wasn't one that we recognized. Even more so, it felt manufactured. A combination of a high-pitched voice and an unnaturally low voice in unison. We didn't hear it again after standing there, so we thought nothing of it, decided to go inside. When we walked into the living room, I was expecting to see a movie being played on the TV, but instead, the TV was off and I see my best friend, his girlfriend, and one of her friends are all sitting around the coffee table in front of the couches. Probably playing Monopoly again. These two loved games, so I felt it was a safe assumption. When we walked in, the three of them practically jumped from sitting to a standing position, followed by exhales of relief when they set eyes upon the two of us. Who else did they think was going to be coming in anyway? I shrugged it off and we walked over to see what they were really up to. They'd reclaimed their seated positions, and as I got closer, I realized they were using a Ouija board. "What the hell?" I asked, almost laughing. My best friend responds while rolling his eyes. Julia's idea. His girlfriend's friend. I sort of laugh and tell him to have fun, and I start to walk to my room. But instead of following me, Kayla says that she wants to do it too. Do what? I asked. The board. Before I could say anything, Julia pipes up. "Sorry, but we already started the session. It's bad luck to bring in newcomers mid-session." I laughed. I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. Was she serious? How could anything possibly be bad luck when it came to a board game? Laugh all you want, but we can't just introduce someone new. Sorry. I guess part of me felt like they were making Kayla feel bad. I didn't know why, but it just seemed silly to me. but then Kayla said something that surprised me. "Oh no, I totally understand. I don't want to mess with something you guys already have going on. Next time, though." Everyone agreed, and then I was following Kayla to my room. We messed around, played video games for hours before finally deciding to go to sleep. Kayla fell asleep instantly. I, on the other hand, I couldn't shake this very uncomfortable feeling I had. Laying there, I tried to figure out why I was feeling this way. Without even really thinking, I was just looking around my room. The feeling, it was as if someone were watching me use the bathroom or something really personal. I was laying in bed and not half as vulnerable, but that's just how it felt. I felt like I was tossing and turning all night. In the morning, Kayla said that she woke up a few times. Each time, I was asleep. She sounded concerned, though, not just making an observation. So I asked her, "Did something happen?" Hesitantly, she tells me that, yeah, one of those times something did happen. There's a street light close to my house, specifically on my side of the house, and you can often get a glow of light in the room from it. The window itself appears lit up because of this. She was unable to fall back asleep and considered using the bathroom. Before getting out of bed, she had an intense feeling that she should look at the window. When she did, she saw a handprint form on the glass. Kayla told me it was as though someone had made condensation and then placed their hand there. She was only able to look at it for a couple of moments before it disappeared, just as a real handprint might do, under the same conditions. I was disturbed, honestly. My first thought wasn't even about the board, because, for the record, I'd never even bothered to consider what a Ouija board was, besides the basis of some scary movies. I thought someone was outside my window. I didn't want Kayla to think I didn't believe her, but I had to know, so I asked some clarifying questions. "You saw a hand form, but no hand? Like, was there a person standing out there, or?" She said that there was nobody there. The handprint appeared on its own accord, not attached to an entity or a person. I know Kayla well enough to know there's no reason for her to make this up. She didn't seem to be having fun anyways. She was actually expecting me to explain it to her. But how could I? I told her that I had no idea what the hell it could have been. Any chance it was a dream? Yeah, that question didn't go over well. I believed her, though. She described feeling like she was being watched after that. She said she almost woke me up. So what was it? A real person, a ghost, a demon, a dream? Honestly, it didn't matter at this point. Something did feel seriously wrong about the whole experience. I took her home later that morning, and on the way out we see that the group had passed out in the living room, with the TV on and the board still open on the table. "Huh, wow," Kayla said in almost disbelief at the sight. "They didn't even put the board away? I sure as hell hope they said goodbye." On the ride to Kayla's house, she explained to me everything that she knew about Ouija boards. She said she trusted the group because they had started quoting rules when she asked to join. She assumed they knew what they were doing, but now she wasn't so sure. According to Kayla, spirit boards, as she calls them, are tricky. They have rules and they come with risks. She told me that she actually used one twice before, never had a negative experience. She'd followed the rules. I dropped Kayla off and she told me I needed to ask my roommates if they said goodbye, and to also ask if they had any weird experiences since using the board. I was still sitting between skeptic and believer in this situation. I believed Kayla, but I'm just skeptical in general. I decided to look everything up that she told me, and I found it online. There's so much more information out there than I could have even imagined, like real stories of people using these boards and having seriously shitty luck, or genuinely terrifying experiences. One woman recounted that she'd been physically removed from her bed in the middle of the night after using one, and she had scratches on her leg and claimed that a demon had given them to her while yanking her out of bed. Sure, these could be fabrications, but the amount of information gave me major pause. Basically, I found several different sources that echoed what Kayla had said to me about the necessity of saying goodbye. What I didn't find were a ton of positive experiences. Even the ones that started that way seemed to end in horror. People believing they were talking to loved ones, only to realize that it was something else. So I asked my roommates, "Did you all say goodbye?" They all agreed that they had said goodbye, and that they hadn't had any strange experiences. I honestly don't know if I believe them. The following weeks were pretty uneventful, so much so that I started to feel like a nut for going down that rabbit hole. The only thing that hasn't gone back to normal was Kayla. She was no longer wanting to stay the night at my house, so we got into a routine of driving her home late at night, picking her up in the morning. Kayla lives with her parents about 2 miles away from my place. We both live in residential areas that are not heavily occupied. Our neighbors aren't stacked on top of each other. We've got space in between. But Kayla has a lot more space in between. And unlike my street, hers is a long stretch that eventually turns to gravel and has limited streetlights. Our routine is for me to park before the driveway and then walk her to the door. The reason for this is because her parents' bedroom is positioned in a way that any headlights in the driveway would shine directly into their room. So, cut to tonight. I parked my car under one of the few streetlights, and we got out to walk towards her house. A few steps away from the car, we're basically walking in darkness. This part hasn't ever scared us before, but tonight we seemed to walk closer to one another, and we both seemed to pick up the pace at the same time. Walking through the darkness, maybe 30 feet from her driveway, we freeze. We'd heard that same manufactured laugh that we'd heard outside my house 3 weeks ago. The high-pitched voice seemed to scream over the lower, unnatural voice, but like the first time, in unison. I felt both of our bodies tense. The grip on each other's hands intensified. Without words, we both just booked it back to my car. I practically threw Kayla in the car and scrambled to the driver's side. After sitting in the car for what I consider to be too long, Kayla says that she thinks she wants me to drop her off in the driveway, explaining she doesn't mind if her parents wake up tonight. Once in the driveway, neither of us wants to budge, so I bite the bullet and I get out of the car. I get her out of the car and we practically run to her front door. I didn't want to admit it and still don't, but I was fucking scared. I told her that I would be fine though, and I would call her in the morning. I'm not even home yet, just sitting in my car at a brightly lit Shell station. No idea what I'm waiting for, and I know I'm not going to get any responses before I inevitably have to go home, but it sure would be nice to wake up to some answers. Is there any possible way that we're actually dealing with a demon? If that's even possible, what the hell do we do? There's a chance nothing else happens, but am I kind of screwed, seeing as this took place in my house? Like, is it possible for something to attach itself to either one of us, even though we didn't touch the board? I guess the big question is, do I need to move? I live in a city 6 hours away from my hometown, so I can only really afford to drive back for the holidays. Sadly, my mom passed away earlier this year, and I hadn't been able to visit her grave since the funeral. I felt awful about not being able to make the drive sooner, so I really wanted the cemetery to be my first stop when I got to town. Well, I've never been the most punctual person, and it ended up being past midnight when I finally arrived. I wasn't frightened of being in a cemetery so late, but I was ready for some sleep and trying to move fast. The only problem is that it's a really big cemetery, so I got a little turned around trying to find her. After at least 5 or 10 solid minutes of aimless wandering, I realized I had to pee really bad. I hadn't used the bathroom since leaving the house 6 hours in a giant Route 44 power rate ago. It was so late, and I was so far away from the road that I really didn't see anything wrong with stepping away from the graves and relieving myself on a tree. Sue me, I was dying. Afterwards, I decided to make the loop one more time before calling it quits, but right before the turnaround point, I suddenly heard a set of footsteps behind me. I spun around, shocked that anyone else would be there, but I saw no one. That freaked me out. I was positive that I had heard someone on the narrow concrete path just behind me. I called out a few tentative hellos, but there was no response either. Creeped out, I quickened my pace and focused more on getting back than looking for Mom. Ahead, a stretch of the pathway was lined with shady trees on either side, forming a dark tunnel. Inside, there was a tall, dark shadow figure, barely distinguishable from the darkness around it. The sight of it made my blood run cold. It's like it was radiating malice. I've never felt such a sudden and intense shift in the very atmosphere. When I called out another hello, it turned and began charging towards me. I was so startled that I fell over backwards and sat there frozen until the shadow man vanished a few feet away from me. And just like that, it was gone, and the only thing left was a blast of cold air. When I calmed down enough to rise, I walked around the tunnel of trees, too frightened to walk beneath them, and I hurried back to my car. But I think it followed me to my dad's house. We'd never experienced anything remotely paranormal there, yet that night something woke us up, banging on the front door just after 3 a.m. I had been in bed for less than an hour when it happened. Dad came to the entryway a few seconds after myself, and we stared at the Ring doorbell camera as nothing pounded on the door like we owed it money. Worried that it would wake the neighbors, Dad ripped it open mid-knock, and everything fell instantly silent. There was nothing and no one outside. Not knowing what else to do, we returned to bed and slept the rest of the night, but things only got worse over the following days. We've seen stuff fall off of shelves without being touched. Weird cold spots will randomly form and disappear all around the house. And last night, Dad saw a tall shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed. Now it's worth noting, I didn't tell him anything about my experience at the cemetery. He's always been a very logical man. I didn't want him to worry about me losing my mind. Yet he saw the exact thing that I saw, and even felt the same thing that I felt. He said that it gave off such an intensely evil aura that he had never even considered the possibility of an intruder. Whether it was a demon, Satan himself, or something else entirely, he had no clue, only that it wished him harm. He was frozen with fear, and despite having the heat cranked up to a ridiculous 74, it was cold enough to see his breath. Eventually, it disappeared into thin air, and he fell back asleep. He described it to me as a nightmare, but he was so shaken up that I can tell he doesn't believe it was a dream. If I hadn't experienced what I did, or even if I had just told him what had happened, I could probably convince myself that's all it was. But come on, I don't know what to do about any of this. I just know that I can't bring a demon or whatever this is back into his house and then go back to school after New Year's. I can't. God knows he's been through enough. Well, we both have. So I guess my real question is, am I right about this thing being a demon? And if I am, what the hell do I do now? I tried Googling it, but that was pointless. I don't even know where to begin. I didn't realize how complicated all of this stuff could get, and I just want to be done with it. I'm going to tell Dad everything as soon as he gets home from work. Then maybe we can figure it out together. After what he saw last night, I don't think I'll have any trouble convincing him. Okay, well, wish me luck, I suppose. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. Two glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in headfirst towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man, we'll call him K. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house, and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside, and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times, and a headline grabbed my attention: Poltergeist Activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and, sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. "8 years ago, I was a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Part of my job was being on call after hours for 1 week a month. And this year that included a call on Halloween night. As is often the case, it happened just as I was getting ready for bed at midnight. I told my wife that the only place I wouldn't want to go was a particular old church, built in the 1820s. It was an old, wooden, colonial, New England church that had at least one grave inside the chapel which belonged to the original minister. Our cellular equipment was located in a small room inside the steeple, just below the bell, and it was locked with a combination that only our employees knew. Obviously, that's where I had to go. There was a radio down, and they wanted me there fast. To put it into perspective, there were about 2,000 cell sites that I was on call for, but I had to go to the old church. My heart dropped as I asked what they thought the issue was, but they'd never seen this happen with someone on site. The radio had set itself into local mode, which is a function that can only be done by pushing a physical button on location. It's not possible via remote access. I calmly said that I would take care of it and hung up. Needless to say, I stayed in bed, waited an hour, and called back to inform them the key was missing. I told them the issue would need to be fixed in the morning. There was no way I was going out there to see who or what tampered with the equipment. Sure enough, in the morning, the radio was on. All I had to do was push the button to take it out of local mode. My mother is from India, and every couple of years, we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes, but we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong, rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved, because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12-foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though, so how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life, straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms, all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so we never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. My husband had a year-long training for his medical job in the military, so the kids and I were allowed to move so that we could live with him. We thought that we'd really lucked out when I'd found a house for rent in a quaint little suburb of San Antonio, and the owner wanted to rent to a military family. It had 3 bedrooms, a huge office, playroom, a garage, a big storage shed with windows, even an in-ground pool with pool service included in the rent, which was only $850 a month. We should have known it was too good to be true. It was great at first. We had frequent cookouts and entertained our new friends. The kids loved swimming, and it was nice to cool off from the record temperatures. The kitchen was small, but the huge playroom had built-in shelves and a split door so that I could shut the bottom and open the top half, keep my toddler contained but accessible while I was busy in either the kitchen or the living room. And the house sat on a cul-de-sac, less than a mile from the elementary school. We loved it. And then it started. We'd been there maybe a couple of months when we noticed the first sign that something was off. Birds wouldn't fly over our yard. When they occasionally did, they got into gruesome mid-air fights that often resulted in a dead bird falling to our grass. It was like nothing we'd ever seen. The odd animal issues continued. Hundreds of tiny baby snakes poured from a crack under the toilet. No problem, we had it sealed. The mangled corpses of various animals appeared on our yard. No problem, one of our neighbors must have a cat. We thought a cat had given birth under our storage shed. We couldn't see the kittens, but we could hear them. Until we couldn't. We could only smell them. We never saw them. My husband's coworker gave us a kitten. I grew up raising and taming them. This one couldn't be tamed. I still have scars from it. We had to give it back, and once we did, it was like a whole new kitten. I think the animal event that upset me the most involved the nest of little birds they'd made it on our towel stand by the pool. For many weeks, we watched the mama bird sit on the nest. When she'd taken a food break, I'd sneak the boys out to admire the nest, never touching it and warning them not to get too close and never to touch. Finally, the eggs started to hatch. The next day, the mama bird was gone, never to be seen again. When I peeked at the eggs, the baby birds were still inside, half-hatched, dead, with the most horrible expressions, as if they'd died in agony, their bodies twisted inside their shells. I didn't even think that birds could have expressions, but I swear these did. Probably around the time the baby birds died, the noises started. There was an odd scraping noise from the attic. We brushed it off as squirrels or a tree, but it didn't seem right. Then the knocking started. Steady, rhythmic knocking. It would go on for hours, but it took me forever to find the source. Sometimes, out of frustration, I'd scream for it to stop, and it would immediately. The knocking was coming from behind a door in the garage. I didn't know what was behind the door because it was screwed shut, with hinges on both sides that had been painted over heavily. I called the landlady to ask what was in the closet. I explained there were noises emanating from it. She said it was the water heater. I knew it wasn't. I reminded her the water heater was in the closet in the hallway. She muttered some dismissive excuse and quickly hung up. It made no sense. One day, I crept towards the knocks. Just as I reached my hand towards the door, they stopped. My fingers were still about an inch away, so it wasn't as if I'd pushed shut a loose door. And believe me, the door wasn't loose. I went back inside, and they started again. I tiptoed back out, but again, they stopped when I got close. This went on for a couple of hours. I even said hello one time, and they stopped. But further questions did not elicit any response. I was baffled. Then the nightmares started. I was plagued by terrifying dreams. I was being stalked by a tall man in a tall hat. I never saw his face, but I heard his laughter. I also kept seeing images of these bizarre creatures in my dreams. The head of a dog or jackal, with the body of a raccoon, but the tail of something else entirely. They had red eyes, and I could find no reference to them online. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well at all. I also started getting sick a lot. My pain and fatigue were overwhelming. I spent much of my time in bed, crying. I became very depressed. The scrapes, knocks, and nightmares persisted. Eventually, I became determined to make it all stop. I searched online and in the phone books for paranormal research teams or psychics or anyone that would help me. I couldn't find much, and I couldn't seem to get in touch with anyone. Out of sheer desperation, I called the local Catholic diocese. I'm not even Catholic, but I figured they would know someone that they could put me in touch with, someone that would take me seriously. And they did. They didn't even flinch at my story. They said that I just needed to call this guy, that he was the one that handled cases like these. They had a guy who specialized in this. I thought I was crazy. I called him, told him everything. I was afraid he thought I was nuts. I told him I believed whatever it was intended to kill me, destroy my marriage, or both. He said that he'd need to talk to my husband that evening, and I thought to myself, yeah, he must be planning to tell my husband I need psychiatric help. When my husband got off the phone with him that evening, we had an appointment for the team of men to come to a house blessing. The man had told my husband that he'd had 5 other nearly identical calls that day, after mine. He said that we had an infestation. It was only later that I learned that's what Catholics call a house possession. They showed up with holy water, Bibles, rosaries, and scapulars like these. They prayed, burned incense and candles, read from their Bibles as they sprinkled holy water over seemingly every inch of the house and yard. It didn't help. We had to move. As my husband was packing up the last of our things alone, because I'd refused to go back to that house once I left, he met a neighbor from an adjacent street. Of course, he said nothing to her of the weird happenings, the ones that had driven us away, but she happened to mention something odd. She said that they had been bothered by scraping sounds from their attic. When her husband went to check it out, he saw a bunch of raccoon-like animals with glowing red eyes. She said it was enough to make them consider moving too. I don't know who lives there now or if the subsequent residents have had similar problems, but I've often wondered, but never dared to try to find out. I'm just glad to be rid of that house. I do know that the neighbors had told us we were the first family to rent there for longer than 6 months, and I do know that someone else bought the house 2 years after we left. Oh, and I almost forgot the strangest part. Just before we moved, I became obsessed with getting into that closet in the garage. I stayed up literally all night, fighting to free those hinges. When I'd finally removed the last screw, I decided to take a break and gather myself before I revealed whatever was behind that door. I was exhausted, sore, and drenched in sweat. It was morning, and I'd already gotten my oldest son off to school, and my husband had taken the little one to daycare. I was almost ready. I wound up falling asleep in a chair in the garage. To this day, I can't understand or explain it, but I never opened that door. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, Sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of Sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told Sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic. So I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted, and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, no. She asked for its name, and there was no answer, but a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, we heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents, and now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door, not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows, only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore, there were no more strange figures. All in all, I say I got off easy. Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then, Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves, at least not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after, except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, Or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. I have a Ouija board buried in my backyard. When I was younger, my older brother and I used one once. My mom bought it for us, not knowing the risks that are supposedly involved, haunting, possession, etc. At first, we were asking harmless questions like if our crushes liked us, where Mom hid the cookies. I was getting bored and broke our unspoken agreement to keep the questions kid-friendly. I asked it, "When will my brother die?" It creeped over to the 6, then the 7. 67 years old, maybe. I don't know why I asked it, but I was relieved that it gave an answer that was a very long time in the future. Well, after the first creepy question, my brother could no longer return to mundane questions. He was asking it if hell was real, if it could contact dead relatives. He was scaring the crap out of me. I was terrified and close to tears. Then he started talking funny. I didn't recognize his voice, and I ran to go get our mom. When I came back into the room with her in tow, he was laughing hysterically. I mean, doubled over with laughter. He said he made up that whole part just to scare me, and it worked. I was terrified beyond belief that my brother was gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed, turned, had nightmares. The next day, I put on some of my mom's gardening gloves. I didn't even want to touch it with my bare hands. I shoved it in an old duffel bag and buried it. I painstakingly dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, in the backyard and shoved the bag in it. My fear lifted more and more with each shovel of dirt that I threw on top of it. Out of sight, out of mind. However, years later, when I looked back at the question I asked regarding my brother's death, I thought I'd come to realize it was just a toy. It was completely inaccurate. 67 my ass, I thought. He was murdered when he was 20. There was no otherworldly knowledge, no foresight, nothing. Just two kids and the power of suggestion. Yet something about the whole experience continued to linger in my mind. I shared my story over time, and after reading through some of the comments, I was sort of blown away. My brother was 13 when we used the board. Maybe it wasn't 67. Maybe it was 6 or 7, meaning 6 or 7 years. Meaning when he was 20 years old. Maybe I was looking at it completely wrong. Who knows? And who knows why I asked that question in the first place? Was I sensing something? Was it somehow giving me a feeling of unease? I don't know. But I kind of want to go dig it up and burn it. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them, As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his, the exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down, in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000, all while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too, so it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? I was sitting on my bed with my computer, watching a movie when suddenly my Alexa activated, listening in from the opposite direction of my bed. My headphones are connected to the computer, so there couldn't have been anything that triggered it. I took my headphones out immediately and listened. My mom had her show paused in the living room, and I could hear her in the kitchen making toast. It's not unusual for her to make toast before she goes to bed. Anyway, my Alexa has activated for some reason, and I can tell that she's listening to something. She's deactivated after about 30 seconds of listening, and I want to ask her to turn the lights off. She kept saying my light isn't responding, to check its power supply. I got a little freaked out and used my computer light to see. Since it wasn't too bright, I couldn't see much, but something moved. I scrambled out of my bed into the light switch. It wasn't on. I flicked it on, and it didn't work. I did it over and over, and it refused to work. I couldn't leave my room without a mask because my parents had COVID. My mask was not on the door handle. I took the wooden sword next to the door, and I held it in my hands as I flicked the light up and down repeatedly. Slowly, fast. It didn't work. When it finally turned on, I was shaking to no end. There was nothing there. I grabbed my phone, which was on the floor somehow, turned on the flash. Looking around, there was nothing. Not a single trace of someone or something in the room, except my Xbox controller on the floor, knocked off of its charger. It was late, so I didn't sleep that night. I kept my phone and wooden sword next to me, under the covers, held tight in my hands. I ruled out the possibility of an intruder because me and my mom are home all the time. My dad is too because it's Christmas break and he's got COVID. No one could possibly get in without being seen in my small house. I've had more than one encounter with odd occurrences in this same house, but this by far the scariest. I visited a relative's home today. I witnessed the creepiest, paranormal experience of my life. I've been slapped by the unseen. I've seen a dead man's ghost walking towards me. I've heard whispers coming from right next to me, and I've seen strange faces peeking at me. Yet I stress what I saw today was the most terrifying. I had lunch there, was having a casual conversation. Our conversation, it shifted, and she said, "Strange things have happened recently in our home. Do you see these fingerprints and scratches on the wall behind me? It all appeared out of nowhere a week ago. It's like we're being haunted or something." I stood up and checked the wall. Though they had wiped away the black stains that were formed by the fingers and the hand, I could still see them. "Maybe your daughter did it by climbing over the sofa," I said. "She has a 3-year-old daughter. She could have messed with a pot of ink or something, messed with the walls. Kids do these kinds of things." Though the wave of prints went on beyond the sofa, where she probably couldn't reach. "It's not just the wall. Every wall in this house has prints. Some walls have deep scratches. Hundreds and hundreds of prints and scratches. Go look for yourself," she replied in a trembling voice. "This is a big house, 3 areas. I looked around and went to the first room. No shit, all the walls had scratches. About 4 feet off the ground. I tried scratching the wall myself. On this quality paint job, it took a very good effort to make just a small scratch. Then I scratched for the coin with a spoon, with tweezers, but nothing matched. The scratch formed by my nails were the closest match. I checked all 3 rooms. Inside those rooms, there were small, inch-long scratches all over. Outside the TV lounge, kitchen, washroom, there were black fingerprints. I went upstairs. Same scene. I moved a wooden wardrobe, and it made me sweaty doing that, but there were these deep scratches behind it. What could have caused this? Are these walls watery or falling apart in some way? Why do they all appear at this 4 feet height? I do know what it looks like when paint starts falling off, but this didn't look like that. No bubbles or cracks. The paint was hard, dry and spot on. No moisture at all. I sat there for a minute trying to find one plausible reason to define what could be going on with these walls. I went to the ground floor. It only had one bedroom, kitchen, and a drawing room. I went in the bedroom, started inspecting the wall, thinking, and then it struck me. The idea of finding if it's legitimately a scratch or not. I sat down and looked at the floor. I looked closely. I could see dried paint sprinkled on the floor below the scratches. As I made this realization, I felt a presence. I was not alone in this very room. Please trust me. I can't explain how or why. I looked around. I heaved a dead cold sigh of relief, and I left the room very slowly. This house wasn't haunted by default. Someone caused this. Black magic, a demon. I'm sure of that. I remained in the same area outside that room, standing and thinking, what do I do now? How do I help them? I love these people and they're clearly in trouble. With a heavy heart, I walked up the stairs to the family. As I sat there, I talked about this and I told her whatever I could do to possibly help, I would help. During our talk, her husband arrived home from work, and I saw there were fresh scratches on the right side of his face, his cheek, his ear, back of his head. Did I tell you? My husband's face was scratched too, this morning when he woke up. What do we do about this? It all really broke my heart. I looked at the couple. Frustrated and depressed they were, for sure. I'm not equipped to deal with these things. I do believe that they can exist. I know how they work, but not really. This family has an unpleasant and uninvited guest. One that's harassing, protesting, hurting them even. I don't know. I'm definitely going to continue to try to help them, but where do I start? I guess the internet of all places, right? But I figured someone else has had to have dealt with something like this, and maybe they'll read this story. So I moved in with my first girlfriend, but I may have gotten in over my head. She believes in ghosts, horoscopes, psychics, all that stuff. I thought it was cute until she said she had a demonic spirit attached to her. And just to be clear, I didn't believe it, but I believed that she believed it. You see what I'm saying? As far as she's concerned, there's genuinely a demonic presence connected to her. Yet she chose to drop that bombshell on our first night living together. That's messed up either way, right? But I didn't want to fight, so I tried to avoid this subject entirely. It wasn't so bad when she explained what to do should she start sleepwalking or having a nightmare. But then she started talking about speaking Latin or walking around with a weapon. I'm sorry, what? No. We'd already been together for over a year. She never mentioned a word about any of this. Yet now I had to worry about being attacked in my sleep. It felt like my life was in danger. But then 4 months went by and nothing happened. Our relationship was doing really well. And then I woke up to see her standing over me, 2 o'clock in the morning. She looked like a corpse, pale, stiff, and slack-jawed. I said her name, but she didn't react at all. She just kept looking down at me with a blank stare. Her eyes were cold and lifeless. It took me sitting her down and calling her name several times before she came around. Once she did, she had no memory of standing over me. We went back to sleep without ever really talking about it in detail. And 3 nights later, I woke up to Cassie having some kind of seizure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she convulsed for I don't know how long. I did everything as previously instructed, and she came around fairly quickly. She didn't talk about it to the extent I wanted, but she warned me the next few weeks might get intense. I really didn't know what to think. She isn't much for practical jokes, and she's definitely not the type to fake something for attention. Well, I didn't have long to wonder. A couple of nights later, I woke up to the sound of soft whimpers. It reminded me of when you try to scream in your dreams, but nothing comes out. I intended to wake her up, but her eyes were wide open, fixated to the ceiling, with a look of pure horror on her face. I followed her gaze, still half asleep myself, and I let out my own startled scream at the sight of a large black figure looming over us. Its head was nearly touching the ceiling as its long body stretched down to the floor on Cassie's side of the bed. I flailed around so hard that I fell onto the floor myself, taking the lamp with me. When I finally got a light on, we were alone in the room, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. My girlfriend was still staring straight up where the figure had been, and she remained in an almost trance-like state until I pulled her upright. Once she snapped out of it, she began apologizing and crying. I felt helpless. On one hand, she clearly wasn't faking or mislabeling whatever had just happened. But I was a lifelong skeptic. What did all this mean? Once Cassie calmed down, I was able to think a little more clearly, and I searched the house, just in case someone was inside. They weren't. Not a single item was out of place, and the house remained locked tight. At that point, it was almost 4, so we just made coffee and stayed awake. But nothing else happened until later the following evening. We were watching a movie in the living room when a picture frame fell from the mantel and shattered. We don't have any pets. There was no air blowing or any draft. And that photo had been sitting there since the day we moved in, without issue. I wasn't ready to blame it on a demon quite yet, but Cassie was certain. Then, in the middle of discussing it, the bathroom door opened slowly by itself. It's an old house. Every door and floor creaks just a little different, and I recognized the sound before I saw it. Sure enough, it had opened all the way and came to a stop against the back wall. As we stared into the empty room, the lights began to flicker. I went towards it, but Cassie pulled me away, saying the best thing we could do was ignore it. Still, I can't just ignore something like that so easily. A few hours later, she'd fallen asleep watching YouTube, so I returned to the guest bathroom to find the door shut and the lights off. But we hadn't shut the door. Over the following week, we had a bunch of minor incidents like this, along with strange banging and other noises, but the thing that broke me happened closer to 2 weeks later. I was finishing a movie on the couch while Cassie slept. I suddenly began hearing voices. One belonged to my girlfriend, but she sounded almost childlike, pleading, while the other sounded completely inhuman. I couldn't make out any of the words it was saying. The voice was too low and distorted. If we had cameras, I would think that someone with a voice changer hacked us, but we don't have anything like that. Trust me, I know exactly how easy it is to write this stuff off as someone's inability to understand the range of a human's voice, but this was not a person, and it definitely was not my girlfriend. I ran to the bedroom to see another tall, hulking figure who was looming over her. I froze in the doorway. She was sitting up, leaning against the headboard and hugging her knees, sobbing. I could hear what they were saying now, but the demon's words weren't English. It was unlike any language I've ever heard. I've never seen someone so frightened, so desperate to escape. Cassie would have backed straight through the wall if the headboard wasn't in her way. I ran into the room on pure instinct and adrenaline, hitting the lights as I went. As they came on, the dark figure vanished into thin air, while I was knocked backwards as something collided with my shoulder. Before I could even process that, Cassie started calling my name, snapped me out of my stupor. It took a minute to calm her down. We stayed up for most of the night, and it was really hard for me to re-examine everything from a believer's perspective. It was like having two different people in my head, each arguing their own indisputable yet opposing facts. That was a few days ago now. Nothing else has happened, and I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore, lest it feeds the demon more energy. But I can't have this major shift in my belief system and just not talk about it, ever. If ignoring it is the only way to make it go away again, then I'd love to do just that. But I can't ignore it until I've come to terms with it first. Hopefully this does that. I know there's people with similar experiences out there, and I hope this reaches some of you. Cassie would kill me if she found out I posted this, but what else could I do if she won't talk about it? I was once working nights at a hospital for patients with severe mental issues. Very few of the patients were actually physically sick as much, so we often had very little to do throughout the midnight hours. So one night, somebody brought in a Ouija board and a few of us huddled around to ask questions of the spirits. I was very skeptical about it, until the glass we were using suddenly flew off the table and smashed against the wall. That was unnerving, to say the least, and I've never personally used one since. However, that's not really the story I wanted to tell you. This one belongs to my mother. My late mother was an absolutely no-nonsense kind of woman, aka a harden. She wasn't one known for her sense of humor, and certainly wasn't one to tell fanciful tales. So, I've no reason to doubt her word. My mother was a divorcee when she met my father, and it was she who divorced her first husband, Frank. This was in the 1930s. Frank was a bookie and was often out of the house taking bets at places all over town. One night, when my mother had been left alone again, she decided to pop over the road to visit a neighbor friend of hers. They had a few drinks together. Then the woman brought out a Ouija board, and they decided to ask questions of it. My mother couldn't really think of questions to ask, but finally decided to ask where her husband, Frank, was, knowing full well that he was at his office. However, the board replied that he was at a local dance hall. My mother was shocked and asked further questions. What is he doing? Who is he with? Etc. The board told her that he was there with a woman, and further revealed that they were having an affair together. My mother, not one to sit back and do nothing, immediately grabbed her coat and dashed out to the dance hall, hoping, of course, that the board was not telling the truth. However, it had been, and my mother found Frank and his girlfriend there and confronted the pair. I can only imagine the scene she created. Her voice, when raised, could compete with any fighter jet taking off. She immediately filed for divorce. From then on, she always blamed the Ouija board for destroying her marriage. But I don't know. I like to think that it helped her. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just gonna take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back, and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I believe I have witnessed demonic possession or something of the like. It was in 9th grade, about 7 years ago. I had a best friend, let's call her Ashley. Well, Ashley didn't have the best upbringing. She lived in Wisconsin, I believe, growing up. And she always told me about how, when she was around the age of 8, her house that she'd been living in caught on fire. She ended up making it out with her father and brother, but her 2 younger sisters and her mother died. She used to always say that she felt something following her. I'd be on the phone with her late at night and I'd hear her scream. I'd hear a thud. She'd come to school with bright red handprints around her ankles from where something or someone had yanked her off of her bed. The first thoughts that occurred to me were maybe it was abuse from her father or her brother. As time went on and I really got to know her father and brother, spending weeks over there at a time, I came to the conclusion it wasn't them. Her father worked hard. He truly wasn't around Ashley any more than I was, probably less. And if her brother were home at any given point, he was usually high, to the point where getting off the couch wasn't even feasible. When I'd be over there, weird things would happen. I'd be getting something to drink in the middle of the night. I would turn the light off, start back down the hallway, and the light would flicker back on. There was only one light switch, at the edge of the kitchen and the living room, and I'd quickly turn around. No one would be there. Well, one night, it was me, Ashley, and our friend Eli over at Eli's house. Everything was going fine, and Ashley had fallen asleep, head in my lap. Eli and I were watching something on TV, when out of nowhere, about an hour into her sleep, Ashley got really cold. I covered her up, and it didn't seem to help at all. About another 15 minutes later, she shot up and took a rather large breath of air. She then got up off the bed and started walking down the hallway. Eli and I were confused, but we didn't bother to follow her. Maybe she was going to the bathroom. She came back about a minute later with a butcher's knife in her hands. She stood at the edge of the door with the knife up, just staring. We then proceeded to freak the fuck out just a little bit. Eli asking me what to do. Had we ever talked about this? Wasn't there something about lining the door with salt? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Let's just try it. Okay. So we do. She hasn't moved an inch, dude. Should we call someone? Eli asked. No. The last thing we need is the police to show. Ashley turns and proceeds to start chanting in some weird fucking language. Latin, maybe talking backwards. She turns to her left, starts repeatedly stabbing the wall, still chanting. We sit there, staring in silence, unmovable. She then turns and throws the knife down the hallway and falls to the floor. At this point, Eli's brother, Jake, wakes up and opens his bedroom door. What the hell is going on? Stay where you're at. Get back in your room and shut the door, he tells his brother, Jake. What? He asks. He walks towards Ashley, and her gaze turns to meet him. He instantly freaks out, jumps into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door. Then she begins clawing at the fucking door. We all just sit there in dead silence while we can hear the scratching at the door. This goes on for 5 more minutes, and she stops. She then makes direct eye contact with Eli. She starts repeating his name over and over again in a horrifying voice. Eli, 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 Eli. At this point, Eli just starts crying. He has no idea what else to do. Well, what happened next is what hit me in my core, made me rethink life a little. Ashley was all of 5'2", maybe 110 pounds, soaking wet. She blew the salt away, backwards fucking crawled into the room, snatches a recliner out of her way, and grabs a necklace she'd lost about a week prior. The necklace was an upside-down cross, black on some black-colored chain. And then she backwards fucking crawls down the hallway, out of the house. We all sat there in shocked silence, just for a few minutes. After I finally muster all of the courage possible, I take off after her, Jake and Eli soon following suit. We searched for about an hour, and we couldn't find her. This time, we went back inside and called her dad. Keep in mind, it was about 3 a.m., and he doesn't answer the phone. Eli, Jake, and I gather in Eli's bedroom, confused about what to do. We just sit there, and at some point, almost against our own will, we fall asleep. I'm the first one to wake up. I do so in a panic. I walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. I glanced right, and their front door was wide open. Then I looked down. Ashley was asleep on the threshold of the door. I wake her up, and she quickly freaks out. How the fuck did I get in here? Last thing I remember, I was laying down with my head in your lap. It's a long story, I tell her. And when I do, she doesn't remember anything at all. I don't know if I encountered a demon or something of that nature, but rest assured, that changed my beliefs quickly. And I don't know if it goes without saying, but I didn't spend the night in the same house as Ashley for a while. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood. So if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years. At first, it just creeped people out. Everyone, including me, felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees, especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow, she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that something wasn't right with that goat. So this morning, I was laying in bed in the process of accepting the day and getting ready, and I heard my bedroom door creak. I looked over, and I saw a very small, dimly lit face come through the door and come up to my side of the bed. I thought it was my son, who's 5, so I rolled over and was about to ask him what he wanted. The whole body was a shadow. The mouth, the nose, the eyes, they were the only parts that were illuminated. He held up a baby doll in one of those magic baby bottles right in front of his face and just stared at me. At this point, I knew it wasn't my son. And so I did what any grown woman would do. I put the covers over my head and rolled over to the other side of the bed. At that point, I felt the bed sink down, like the boy demon thing got into bed. So then I thought, okay, maybe it was my kid. And I looked over, and there was nothing. So at this point, I know I have to do a proper investigation and see if my kid was in his room. Sure enough, he's still in his room, tucked away, sound asleep. I also feel it's important to add that my son's door is messed up. He can't fully close it as it has to be finessed shut because the hinges are bent. So if he'd opened the door, I would have heard a noticeable noise. And if he closed it, it would have slammed. This also isn't the first time I've seen a shadow child try to get in my bed. I have about 3 other, slightly less interesting stories involving this possible spirit. My dad was a truck driver when he left the military in the late 2000s. By the time my siblings and I were born, he only drove in our home state of Texas, and summers were extremely busy for him. This incident happened in 2006, one of his extended trips across Texas. I believe he was driving south on 281. He was getting pretty tired when he pulled into a truck stop. He was making his way to the on-site convenience store when he noticed a young woman pacing in front of the shop. She looked to be in her early 20s, slim, very pretty, and wore a tank top with cut-off shorts, normal attire for Texas summers. She was carrying a plate covered with aluminum foil, as if she were making her way home from a family barbecue. Dad finishes his business in the store and headed back to his truck where he was stunned to see the blonde woman sitting in his passenger seat. He was utterly shocked. He had no clue who this woman was or how she got inside. Dad was always vigilant on the road. He never left his truck unlocked. He demanded that she get out. He wasn't afraid yet, but something felt off about the mysterious woman. She sat there, staring at him with the covered plate on her lap, not saying a word. For a moment, he debated simply getting out, walking over to the passenger's side, yanking her out of the cab. But he decided against it. I'm still not sure why. The whole thing was beyond strange. So Dad, against his better judgment, cranks his rig and drives off, the blonde still in the passenger seat. A few miles later, he attempts to make conversation. I guess he was trying to quell his extreme discomfort. He asked her name, but the woman remained silent. As he continued down the highway, lustful thoughts began to creep into his mind. I'm sure it had been a while since he'd last seen my mother, and they were way out here in the rural Texas roads. Who would find out? Just this one time. What could happen, right? Dad put his hand on her thigh, right above her knee, and the moment he touched her, the woman turned from a gorgeous young woman into a hellish monster. Her face became rugged, her eyes black, her teeth, they grew sharpened into fangs, and her tongue was unnaturally long. The demonic figure let out a guttural hiss, and the plate that she was holding suddenly began to move, as if it were a pile of withering worms beneath the foil. A putrid smell penetrated the truck's cab. Dad quickly turned his face away and managed to stop on the side of the road. As the truck came to a halt, Dad threw open his door and he jumped out. After his breathing returned to normal, he composed himself and looked back at the truck. The demonic woman had vanished. He was alone. He prayed for God to rebuke the evil spirit before eventually getting back into his truck and driving off. The woman never returned, but it took a while for the lingering stench to dissipate. When Dad got home, he recounted everything to Mom. He was so upset that she forgave him for being unfaithful. He'd seen a lot in his life, but nothing had ever frightened him like that. He blamed himself for impure thoughts, and it's possible that's why he attracted the evil spirit. Some might argue that people cheat all the time, but nothing like this happens. I can't explain why. I only know what happened to my dad on the very dark, lonely roads of Texas. When I was older, I asked about his experience, but he would never respond with words. He only just nodded. In 1994, I was 24, and at the ER with a piece of glass lodged in my pinky finger. It had a pretty nasty infection. The doctor removed the glass, irrigated the wound, and sent me home with instructions to return if anything worsened. Home was a 30-minute drive, and within moments of arriving, I began to feel immense pain. I immediately went back to the hospital, but by then, the pain was completely unbearable. The veins in my right arm were purple. It felt like someone had used a spade bit to drill a hole in my hand before dousing it in gasoline and striking a match. I collapsed on the ER floor, and the next thing I knew, they were cutting the ring off of my swollen finger and preparing me for surgery. The doctor asked if I was willing to lose my hand to save my life, and I told him to do whatever was necessary. I later woke up in the ICU with a severe strep infection. I still had my hand, but they cut open my pinky, palm, and wrist to scrape the infection from my nerves and tendons. I stayed in the ICU for 2 weeks, but my blood counts weren't improving. One night, I had a dream, or a vision, if you will. I woke to a black shadow lifting and dropping the end of my bed, but it disappeared after startling me awake. Terrified, I rang the nurse's bell several times, but when there was no response, I got up to find the nurse's station. The hospital was different. The lights were off in my room, and the door was open. I walked down the dimly lit hallway, and it was nasty. Filth was dripping and oozing down the urine-colored walls. There were a few people roaming around, but they were dead. Slowly shuffling about in their hospital gowns with their IV stands, I ran back to my room and jumped into bed. The black shadow returned, and I realized he was neither death or a demon. He didn't have detailed facial or body features, just a black humanoid body surrounded by an aura of darkness. Without making a sound, he violently repeated, lifting the end of the heavy hospital bed and slamming it down, shaking it side to side. Finally, with as much authority as possible, I yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to go." The room momentarily went black, and there was a sudden bam. A bright white electricity shattered the void to envelop the demon with a crackling vehemence. The creature reacted, as if it were being fried by 20,000 volts of pure electricity, and just like that, it was gone. I woke to the welcoming sight of bright lights, a sanitized room, and beeping monitors. When I rang the nurse's bell, they came immediately and checked everything out. The next morning, the doctor said my blood work was great, with a normal white cell count, which, don't forget, there had been 14 days of no improvement before that. I was released the following day, and I went through vigorous physical therapy to regain full use of my hand. It took 28 years to write this experience, so I'm sharing it here with you. There's a bit of a backstory, but it's important. In February 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It had a moon and a sun in the top corners, 2 images on the bottom that I really don't remember. She made plans with 2 of her friends, S and D, and myself, to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it in our house, and we decided to go to S's house, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait to take out the board until 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something, I guess. We had a dance party, and we ate a ton of junk food. At about 10:30, we settled down to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45 p.m., S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, and got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while D sat next to us with a piece of paper and a pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and we asked questions, without much luck. We stopped and we talked about what we could do to help move things along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone that would take words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought that it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about how the candles were too bright, or someone wasn't open enough to it. And D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, and then Y, and then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye, now." We did, and the feeling was gone, as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or a demon trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would just think that I was messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I'd never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired, I was vulnerable to the attack. I'll never play with the board again. It's not a game. It's so real, and it can go very wrong. A few years back, I ended up working in a small, privately owned restaurant. It stood out to locals and tourists alike due to their multicultural variety. They served American, Indian, Thai, French, and Middle Eastern foods. The small restaurant was formerly a popular Chinese restaurant and local favorite, but the older man who owned it passed away while still inside. So suffice it to say, the townies didn't take too kindly to the foreign city woman that swooped in to purchase the restaurant right after his death. Not only was my former boss flaky and irresponsible, but she could also come off as quite rude at times. She had a rough go of obtaining the proper permits to renovate the historic building. When you do certain renovations in an old building like that, the local laws require you to update a lot of other things that can be quite costly. That meant it was easier to just use her staff for most of the renovation work. Everything was going fairly smoothly until one overcast, drizzly day. We were all gathered in the dining area for a staff meeting. As we sat quietly, listening to the boss lady, something a little strange happened. The front door suddenly opened halfway and then carefully closed again, as though someone had simply stepped inside. Of course, no one was there. The door was almost entirely glass, so we could have seen if someone was out there. We all looked at one another, confused, but we just blamed it on the draft since the back door was open, though there was a set of closed kitchen doors in between. The second odd thing that happened to another employee when she was alone one night. She turned the corner past a shelf with some tools on it when an empty cordless drill case went flying past her head. It barely missed her, smashing into the wall instead. She seemed pretty put off by the incident when she told us about it the next day. Following that, random small things would happen occasionally. Sometimes our boss would ask why we didn't come into her office when she saw one of us walk by, but it was always when none of us had been in the area. Besides that, we'd get the occasional strange sound, like a faint voice or a door. There were instances where I'd be cooking in the kitchen, only to walk away for a second, return to find something missing. I'd end up having to measure out and prepare the same ingredients again. If only I had known it was about to get much more terrifying. The final thing to happen was the worst paranormal experience I ever had, hands down. But in order to properly explain this part, I need to explain some things about restaurant kitchens. In a typical setup, the cook line is a skinny walking or standing space typically between the oven, fryers, and cooktop. The prep surfaces and small fridges are on the opposite side, which leaves about 3 or 4 feet of walking space for the cooks. Besides that, there's a dishwasher followed by the rest of what you'd expect to find in a kitchen. Fridges, freezers, giant hood fans, and a hot water heater. The reason I'm listing these is because they all make a constant loud background noise. One day, there were 3 of us working in the kitchen. Me, my boss, and a dishwasher. My boss and I were on the cook line, and the dishwasher was a few feet away. It had been a normal shift until everything suddenly went dead silent. Almost like someone had thrown an invisible, soundproof blanket over us. I looked at the other 2. They also seemed puzzled. "What the hell?" I questioned out loud. "Why is it so freaking quiet all of a sudden?" the dishwasher asked, suspiciously. "I don't know," my boss answered nervously before turning to face me. "Nora, go make sure the fridges and fans are still running. Maybe the power's out." I ventured 10 feet to the cook line, and weirdly enough, I could hear the fans, the dishwasher, water heater, all of the appliances were running like normal. I returned to my boss and, with a confused look, said, "Everything's working fine." That was just the first creepy part. When I stepped back onto the cook line, all was silent again. "Well, Nora, get back to grilling those peppers," my boss snapped, and I got back onto the cook line beside her. After a couple of minutes, I suddenly started to get tunnel vision. I felt really dizzy and nauseous. My boss said to sit out back for a few minutes to get some fresh air. I promptly did. While sitting outside, I saw my boss go into her office, which was kitty corner to the back door. Since the back door was open, with only the screen door closed, I was able to hear her phone call. She sounded urgent and shaky as she asked someone to please bring an abalone shell, sage, and some kind of weird oil. Apparently the reason she needed those items was because she felt that something evil walked through her cook line. The shitty part is that I was standing right behind her, only inches away. I waited for her to finish and return to the cook line before going back in, and by then, everything sounded normal again. When I got off about an hour later, I made the 45-minute drive home in just under 30. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. But the few times I did manage to drift off, I got jolted right back awake because I kept seeing a screaming demon thing right in my face. This story takes place around 2010-2011, when I was in high school. At this age, I was not the sharpest tool in the shed, with no real discernment or understanding of the spiritual world. At that time, I had a weird obsession with anything occult or satanic. Just to clarify, I'm now 27 and a firm believer and follower of Jesus Christ. And I realize how insane I was to open a door for something evil to enter my home, my life. I experimented with a crudely home-constructed Ouija board a few times and experienced some weird occurrences. It all started when one afternoon, a few friends and I headed to my house for our almost daily after-school smoking session, which always took place in the detached garage. This is also where we had attempted to contact something with the aforementioned Ouija board. We succeeded, and when we asked the entity its name, the planchette moved and spelled out, Keith. Keith answered all of our questions, explaining that he died in 1990 and that his favorite band was Nirvana. I can't really remember anything else that was exchanged. But I awoke the next morning to scratch marks on my side, and though they were only superficial, my stomach dropped when I examined it closer. The scratches were all placed methodically to form a perfect drawing, if you will, of the Nirvana logo. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's a smiley face with X's for eyes and a squiggly mouth with its tongue sticking out. My friends came over to my house again the next day, and we confronted Keith, asking if he'd been the one to do this. I already knew, but it was confirmed when the planchette moved to yes. Sometime after this, during summer break, I had a group of about 7 people over for a bonfire in the backyard. One of these friends lived in another city, and they were staying at my house for a week. We'll call her April. It was dark, and still, not even a slight breeze could be felt that night. The friends which had been present for the Keith sessions and I had been talking to the rest about what we'd experienced, and we all agreed to try the board, see if it would happen again. I can't remember exactly what was said, or if the planchette was responding. But what I do remember was asking if whatever I was addressing hated me. Instantly, the planchette flew over yes, and a huge gust of wind started blowing all around me. Just me. It was like a dust devil had formed and enclosed me like a cocoon, as dust and leaves and debris violently flew over me and at me in every direction. I looked at my friends as they were watching this occur, and I swear to you, not one hair on their heads moved. When it stopped, we immediately moved the planchette to goodbye and just kind of sat there in shock for a while. After everyone else left, April and I headed inside, as it was very late. Then, I took the most uncomfortable shower of my life. You know how, when someone is standing near or enters the room, you can just feel their presence? Well, that feeling hung in the air like a thick cloud. Just the feeling of someone straight up watching me. Now, I'm notorious for taking long showers, using up all the hot water, but I got out of there in what felt like 3 minutes. The next part, it requires a bit of a layout of the house. When you enter, there's a family room with a single large window facing the front yard, a couch in front of said window, and a TV. From this room, going right, you'd go down an L-shaped hallway, with my room on the immediate right, and a bathroom, my brother's, and my parents' room down the hall. And left, you'd be in the kitchen, which led to what my dad had dubbed the music room, since we kept all of our instruments and sound equipment in there. It also functioned as a second living room. It too contained a couch and TV, separating this room from the kitchen with a glass door. April and I were sitting at the kitchen table, chatting. She was sitting on one side, her back facing the music room, and I sat on the other, facing her. As she was speaking, I noticed movement behind her. I looked, and I watched in shock as the glass door, which had been slightly ajar, was slowly opening. I should mention that there were no windows open in the house, no draft. The air conditioning was not running at the time, and my parents and brother were fast asleep. "April," I said in a hushed but panicked tone as I pointed to the door. She turned and saw it too, looking back at me for a split second in horror. When the door had completely opened, everything was still and silent for about 3 seconds. Then, the door suddenly and forcefully slammed shut. Needless to say, we were freaked the hell out and retreated to my room. After we'd calmed ourselves down, we tried in vain to sleep, as throughout the night, we could hear what sounded like scratching coming from inside my closet. I've always dealt with insomnia, and I'd often have to sleep in the family room, as the TV was the only thing that could make me drowsy. I'd always put on a sleep timer, so the TV wouldn't be on all night after I fell asleep. April had gone home at this point, and I was in a deep sleep on the couch, when I abruptly awoke in a cold sweat. The TV was off, so I could see the window behind me in the screen's reflection. There was some light seeping through the curtains from the back streetlight outside, and I could clearly see standing behind me a large black figure whose shoulders touched the ceiling, and its head bent down slightly, staring at me. I quickly covered my face with the blanket, seriously hoping this thing didn't know I was awake or aware of its presence. I stayed completely still for what seemed like ages, and I somehow eventually fell back asleep. The following day, I made a call to have the house blessed. Thank God it worked, and nothing ever happened again. My brother confided in me years later that he used to hear someone calling his name in that house. But whenever he'd ask our parents if they'd called him, they'd tell him that they hadn't. I live near a haunted cemetery where I used to go ghost hunting. Throughout my visits, I noticed it was most active in the spring and during the day. I didn't catch many anomalies, just a few occasional orbs. A friend and I once went on a gloomy, rainy day. It was unusually quiet, and we were instantly surrounded by little black flies, the kind you find around lakes and rivers. We took pictures throughout the cemetery, especially of one grave that featured a man and a woman kissing. We didn't experience anything except for the flies and the lack of bird sounds. When we got back to my friend's house, I began looking through the pictures on my cheap straight-talk phone. The camera sucked, but it was better than the naked eye. One picture showed something crazy. I still have it, but it's on Facebook, which dulled the quality. Before, it clearly showed a winged creature peeking around a gravestone and a large shadow entity by another. The original is still on that old phone, but it doesn't turn on anymore. I returned a few more times and tried different ghost apps, but none of them actually worked I thought I heard responses on one app, but I couldn't be sure. The next day, while taking a shower, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. It looked like a black hand with long, bony fingers. I turned away and turned back a minute later to see a tall black figure with long arms standing in the corner of my vision. But when I turned to look at it directly, nothing was there. My shirt was on the floor and bunched in a way that gave it almost an inhuman face. It looked like it was laughing at me. After that experience, I stopped going to the cemetery for a while, but that fall, I returned with a different friend and his girlfriend. It was a weird trip. I took a picture of them on a hill, and there was something standing behind them. It had a pale face with a menacing smile, black eyes, a missing nose. I believe the cemetery has a portal, and that the surrounding woods are haunted as well. Many entities seem to pass through the area, but I believe one is serving as a guard, and I think it's a soul collector. The last part of this story pertains to this one entity. In 2019, I returned to the cemetery with my friend from the first trip. I wanted to try a new app called The Portal, and trust me, that app wasn't what it is today. Supposedly, it used to reverse speech, but you couldn't hear words, and if you did, it was a spirit. We began exploring and asking questions, but nothing happened until we came to a certain area and we heard whispering through the app. It almost sounded like it was answering our questions, but I couldn't make out its words. It stayed with us until we heard a deep, electronic scream. Then it stopped. Nothing else afterwards. So we returned to my apartment. While watching TV, I saw a shadow on the wall, like it passed in front of the light. I thought my friend was moving his arm, but I looked down the hallway to see a disfigured humanoid shadow dart out of my room. My friend said he felt a weird energy, and later, when he was sleeping, I felt uneasy while playing a game. It felt like something was watching me. So I turned towards the window. I saw a black mass with white, glowing eyes staring at me. It suddenly dissipated like smoke. I told my friend the next morning, and he said he had weird dreams about a monster. Curious, I wanted to try the Portal app again, but my friend didn't want any part of it. I took it to my room, began asking who was here, who the shadow was. I got nothing at first. When I finally did get a response, I asked for a name. In a clear, deep voice, it said, Louie. But immediately after, a robotic, inhumane voice said, Let me in. After I said no, it repeated itself twice more before falling silent. I asked, Who's there? For a few minutes, a woman's voice said, Your house is haunted. Then the robotic voice returned, once again demanding. I still said no, but this time it responded with an angry electronic roar. I concluded it was mimicking human voices in an attempt to trick me. I stopped messing around with it, and a few days later, I started having bad luck. I lost my job and my apartment, which resulted in moving back to my mother's house. In October 2019, I got a new job, and things began to improve again, until the entity made itself known, tried to take my life by causing a wreck. I was driving when I saw something that looked like an extremely tall, skeletal deer walking on two legs. It had crazy horns. Its head was a goat skull. I only saw it for a split second. Then everything went black. I woke up to someone knocking on my window. I had a broken eye socket, 2 meniscus tears in my knee, and a bad cut on my head. They said my SUV rolled a 1/4 mile. I didn't mention the cemetery's name because it's a dangerous place. I've never gone back. I truly believe that the entity that's always there is either a soul collector, some kind of portal guardian. I've encountered lesser demons, but I've never seen anything like this. I have a photo of this entity, but it manipulated the background to form a face. Last night I was finishing up a YouTube video as I got into bed. When it ended, I set my alarm and leaned over to plug in my phone. When I rolled back, I noticed a foggy mass above my body. It was black and partially transparent, but it felt heavy and dense, like a very negative energy mass. I immediately sat up and felt a head rush like I was on drugs. It kept growing stronger, and multiple different frequencies began to loudly ring in my ears. There were at least 3 different pitches, and no, it wasn't just my tinnitus. I'm very aware of what those episodes are like. These frequencies were layered over one another. It felt like something was trying to communicate with me. I turned on the light, went to the bathroom, and tried saying, "If anything is trying to contact me, I can't hear what you're saying. I feel sick, and this isn't making any sense, so please stop." But it didn't stop. I checked the locks on the doors before returning to bed, and once the lights were off again, I felt the same negative energy vacate my room. As I laid there, feeling sick, I began to pray, asking God for help. I repeated, "Please do not allow negative energy into this house." For 5 minutes, as I envisioned a white light cleansing every room as it grew brighter and brighter. After that, the energy completely shifted. The negativity, along with the ringing, was gone, and I didn't feel nauseous anymore. My efforts were paying off, and after a few more minutes, I started to feel warm, positive energy. One last detail. I have the washer and dryer in my room because that's the only hookup spot. Last night, my roommate was doing laundry, so I planned to ask if he was having negative thoughts or feelings at the time. I can't control his energy, but I can explain it to him for the next time. This probably sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life. I'm currently 28, but as a child, I heard voices. I saw shadows often. As an adult, I've had extremely similar situations to the one I just described. That's how I knew what to do. At a younger age, I would have simply fallen asleep terrified with the negative energy in my room. I lived in Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida over the past 10 years. I've had the craziest experiences in Tennessee. Michigan comes in as a close second. But there were almost none in Florida, which is interesting since I lived alone in that instance. Maybe I'm just sensitive to other people's energy. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? Every time I tell my friends or family, they just can't relate. Thanks for taking the time to read this. I hope others with similar situations will find this thread and see that they aren't alone. Some people are simply more sensitive to these occurrences. There's a bit of backstory, but it's important. In February of 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It has a moon and a sun in the top 2 corners, 2 images on the bottom that I don't really remember. She made plans with 2 of our friends and myself to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it at our house. We decided to go to one of her friends' houses, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait and take the board out at 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something. We had a dance party, ate a ton of junk food, and about 10:30, we settled to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45, S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while the other friend, D, sat next to us with paper and pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and asked questions without much luck. We stopped and talked about what we could do to help things move along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone. It claimed to translate the words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about the candles being too bright, or someone not being open enough to it, when D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, then Y, then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye now." We did. The feeling was gone as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or demon that's trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would think I was just messing with them, and that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired. I was vulnerable to attack. I'll never play with a board again. It's not a game. It's so real and can go very wrong. I wasn't really expecting to be sharing this particular story again anytime soon, but since I've already opened my mouth, I might as well do it. But be warned, this is the short and sweet version of the incident, and it's not very short. One big thing to keep in mind is that I've always been the black sheep or outcast. Even among the few friends I once had, I was still the oddball out. So the fact that this would have happened to me instead of anyone else I knew, it's no surprise to me. In the earlier mid-2000s, I'd already been banned from the latest school that I was sent to, and I already didn't belong there anyways. Meanwhile, I was also taking care of a so-called family member. Well, being me, I educated myself through things that had everyone else around me scared shitless to even venture to my front door. Naturally, because of this, even the local Catholic deacon, basically a priest who can marry, he would tell everyone who even mentioned my name, "Be careful about him. He's extremely unstable." Needless to say, at the time, I was already studying ancient craft, witchcraft, along with a mound of other things. So, of course, this had the deacon terrified of me too, so he only used that to fuel his trash talk about me. It was right around the middle of summer, and I'm doing my usual, reading and listening to music. I get a call from the same man, the deacon. And this guy is panicking, like someone is about to slaughter his family, literally begging me to visit his house immediately. And mind you, it's the middle of the damn night. I'm immersed in my reading, not exactly in the mood for visiting someone who's basically little more than an enemy. But I agreed to visit him anyway. He lived across town. For me, that was a fairly short walk. I get to this man's house, and the first thing I hear is what sounded like a full choir of screaming coming from inside. But his family was all outside the house with him. By this point, I'm already wondering, what the hell is going on, and what or who did you piss off? Mind you, from outside, apart from this screaming I kept hearing, everything seemed completely ordinary. But I started hearing things from inside that house that I knew full well I shouldn't be hearing. The closest I can describe it would be starting as an almost impossibly deep wailing, similar to that of winds of a tornado or like, but much, much deeper, and slowly getting louder. After a brief conversation with the deacon, even his wife pipes up, telling me that if I could help, as apparently everyone else said I could, then they would openly rescind everything that her husband had said about me to the rest of the town, and then some. Personally, I would have been satisfied with just humbling the guy. But of course, because they also had 2 children, and I've always been protective of kids, I agreed to help them out anyway. I wasn't going to enter his house without him accompanying me, but this guy was shaking like crazy, literally clutching his Bible and his priest robes like they were his lifeline, just walking with me. Personally, until that night, I'd never even heard of a priest being so scared. For some weird reason, as soon as I crossed the threshold of the house, all screaming and everything just stopped. The place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the basement floor. Even for me, that was a little eerie. I had to tell the deacon to start reading, more like whispering from his scripture, while I called out. It took a few minutes of this, but I already knew that since his presence had already somehow pissed something off, the same was bound to happen again. Right about then, I started feeling the house getting hot, and I mean literally fire hot. Of course, accompanied by a roaring voice. Mind you, I've always been physically and mentally desensitized to fear, though I don't really know why. The next thing I know, the deacon gets sent across the room, and I'm plunged against the wall so hard the wall caved in on me. A split second later, the house is on fire, yet somehow I'm the only one not fazed by it. Among the last things I recall is seeing a trio of figures that looked like they came straight out of a D&D meets Dante's Inferno film, and all 3 are giving me specifically a stare that was most definitely homicidal. Beyond that, I distinctly remember getting into a literal fistfight with these entities before I finally recalled part of what I was studying, in terms of a binding, banishing ritual. Suffice to say, I used what part of the rite I could at that moment, and though it physically felt like I'd been bludgeoned by a truck, just like that, it was over. The deacon had asked me what it was that I did. The only thing I could tell him was, the next time you decide to trash talk the use of ancient magic, buddy, I suggest you think twice. The deacon spent a few nights in the hospital after that, due to somehow breaking one of his legs and something else I can't recall. But what I was left with, in terms of the marks, I was told that I shouldn't have been able to even stand on my own after the impact against the wall. But there was more to all of it than I was even willing to tell then, and the same remains even now. Overall, the incident of that night is just one of the many reasons for which I tell people, to this day, if an entity is capable of moving a person or object with enough force to do some damage, then that entity is fully capable of ending a life with either equal or greater force. A house spontaneously burning down while also rebuilding itself. Myself getting sent practically through a wall and another coming out with broken bones. Yeah, according to everyone else. Neither of us should have survived that. My career in journalism was short-lived. The drive it took to uncover a hard-hitting truth wasn't really my thing. I wrote for my town's weekly newspaper. We covered all the local happenings going on in our small community. From church bake sales to school fundraisers. We'd also be at the high school home games for whichever sports season. So, short-lived career, but one exciting story. After a year of working these lackluster gigs, I was not only bored but uninspired. My journalistic integrity was being traded each time I collected a paycheck for articles I cared nothing about. Word salads to entertain our dwindling readers before something shiny could steal their attention. The purpose for why I entered the field had been forgotten. Drowned, rather. Submerged by the grip of accumulating bills and a slight coke addiction during this time in my life. Although it has nothing to do with my story, it did consume a lot of my income and was a big contributing factor as to why I continued working for a newspaper I hated. And because I mentioned it, I feel like I also need to state that I never became a cokehead. I was a functioning addict, if you could be that. First time my dad found out was when I called him from rehab. My first son was on the way, and I wanted to kick every habit. Almost 23 years later, we're still good. So, let's get back to the story. So I'm assigned a story on an upcoming Police or People week. That week, I'm supposed to ride around with a few police officers and interview them. This week was set up as an attempt by our mayor to grow trust and humanization of our cops with the community. Monday and Tuesday, the officers I meet, although nice, live just as miserable lives as me. Nothing extravagant. My biggest challenge was embellishing the notes I took to fill a whole column with such content as lived in Montana and played basketball in college. Each sentence dimming the fading light of hope I had for writing an article that someone would actually read, not just fillers for blank space. Thursday evening, my pleas for excitement were granted. The officer I'm interviewing that night is named Mr. Dell. He was a rookie cop who'd just graduated from the academy. His bubbly personality was a stark contrast from his fellow officers. The glaze of hopelessness wasn't draped over his eyes when he introduced himself. Officer Jake Dell. He was 22 years old, served in the military, and a fun fact about him was that he was left-handed. As the interview took place, we rode around in his police car, and I had the chance to see him do some real police work. Officer Dell was cool. His tall stature demanded respect, but his soft-spoken voice felt like a soothing parent as I watched him talk to some really drunk people outside of a bar. We'd even given one of them a ride home after we were done there. Later that night, in the early a.m., we received a noise disturbance complaint in a small neighborhood on the south side of town. We follow the coordinates to an address located at the end of a long cul-de-sac. Our vehicle pulls in without lights or sirens and parks in front of the house. It's a vacant home with a for sale sign in the front yard. Officer Dell double-checks that we're in the right place and dispatch confirms. So he tells me to stay in the car while he checks it out. When he opened his car door, the neighborhood was quiet. He walks to the other side of the car and into the front yard with his flashlight on. He writes the real estate agent's information on a small notepad, then takes his flashlight and starts pointing it in each of the windows. I'm following the circle of the light from window to window. We both see something big covering most of the window frame. Suddenly, it shoots straight down, out of view. Officer Dell looks at me, then looks back at the house. He taps his radio for dispatch, but the line is silent. He clicks a couple more times, but can't produce a beep. Officer Dell turns around and hops back into the car and tries to use the radio, but it's still quiet. We drive around the block again until we find reception to call it in. We have no success, so we pull back in front of the house. Sitting next to me, Officer Dell asks if I saw it too, in the window. I did. He gets back out and reminds me not to leave the car before he closes the door and once again approaches the house. His flashlight scanning each of the windows as he walks towards the front door. He knocks a couple of times before trying the handle. The door's unlocked. Officer Dell retrieves his gun and slowly steps into the dark house. Through the front windows, I can see his brief flashes from his flashlight as he makes his way from room to room in the house. When he returns to the car, he's sitting there with a puzzled stare. He says upstairs there were hundreds of dead crows in each room. The whole house smelled like complete death, but he didn't find any squatters or anything. No windows were broken, and from his quick inspection, no signs of forced entry or damage anywhere else in the house. That's well and good, but how did all those birds get in there? The floors upstairs were covered, as he said, in black feathers. We drive back to the station, and when Officer Dell is recounting his odd experience to the other officers in the room, they joke that it's really the realtor's problem. Under what I can only describe as frat-like pressure, Officer Dell called the number from his notes, leaving a message explaining the noise complaint and what he found. I have to believe that a bit of unprofessional laughter was caught on the answering machine as Officer Dell hung up, because it was deafening at the precinct. After thanking Officer Dell for the interview and ride-along, I got in my car and left. But before I went home, I decided to go back to that address and check it out for myself before the realtor had time to clean it all up. Call it morbid curiosity. Call it a journalistic thirst for the unknown. Something pulled me back down that quiet neighborhood, returning to where I was just 30 minutes ago, but this time in a small convertible and alone. I parked a little ways down the street. I had a flashlight. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Officer Dell's, but it was enough to softly illuminate my near surroundings. The front door is still unlocked, and when I open it, the smell is immediately overwhelming. I retch, and I pull the neck of my shirt over my nose to breathe. I head toward the stairs, shining my light up the first couple of steps. There's already a couple of dead crow bodies lying at various levels, and I hear wings begin to aggressively flap my way. I duck, but when the sound passes, I can see none of the crows have moved, and they're still resting in place. Making my way to the top, I realize Officer Dell was not over-exaggerating when he said hundreds of crows. I felt myself moving forward, looking from room to room, wanting answers as to why all of these dead birds were here. When I get to the room we originally saw the figure in, the floor's not been spared of crow remains, but inside this room is a tall ladder leaned against the vaulted ceiling. It's near a piece of ceiling that's recently been partially filled in. A large hole still takes up a large patch of this fill work. I climb up the ladder and shine my light into the hole. There's a good 3-foot gap between the room's ceiling and the roof's interior, leading outside. That layer is undamaged, but the gap between looked like a wooden slide into the abyss of black, probably leading into the walls. I wasn't brave enough to climb in there, nor do I think I could have climbed out. I envisioned myself being stuck in there, upside down like an unfortunate cave explorer. And so I began to climb back down. Then the whole room suddenly flashed white, and I lost my balance. I fell off the ladder. I hit the floor. It knocks the wind out of me. And I lay and I wheeze until I get enough oxygen to get to my feet and run back to my car. I stayed up until the morning trying to write a story about my time with Officer Dell. What ran in the paper was another cookie-cutter story about a rookie cop with big hopes for our community. I didn't have another opportunity to enter that house, and it sold a few months later. I'd be curious to know if Officer Dell remembers that night. My friends and I had this goofy paranormal group. We got together maybe a year ago and did this seance at my friend's apartment. We do have a friend who's likely psychic, Frances. She couldn't come because she was working. That night we were recording because we were trying to see if we could get EVPs. We used this ghost app on someone's iPad, which I don't think any of us took very seriously, but we were using it for what it's worth. Frances had told us to make sure to ask for only high vibrational spirits, so that's what we did. And she told us to ask for signs like making the candles flash. Later that night, I texted Frances, and she said that the spirit wanted us to close the window. That made a lot of sense because the window was open, and if we'd closed the window, we probably would have been able to hear the sounds clearer and louder. Frances was texting me throughout, and that's why we were asking certain questions, like if their name was Ellen. Also, Frances mentioned something about a piano when I first got there. I didn't think much of it until later, when I heard the notes. To me, it sounded like the sounds were coming from right in front of their apartment door, inside the apartment. It was like coming out of the ether or something. I've tried Googling, but I haven't come up with anything like this. Has anyone experienced something like this before? I also feel like an idiot. In this session, I keep asking for a sign, and the person or spirit did give us a sign. Oh well. My friends and I have a date to try a seance again to communicate this Saturday. Anyone have any advice on what I can or should do to encourage the spirit? We believe it's friendly. Sniffers, my friend's cat, was also there. We did a Ouija board thing a couple of years ago there as well. The planchette kept going off the board towards my friend Kim, who wasn't there the night of the seance. I'd never seen that happen before. I read later that it means something is trying to escape the board. Anyone ever heard that before? Weird. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the door's open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me, plus the rocking chair. Too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me. And I'm scared shitless after this. This is going to be a long read, so please bear with me. All of this took place from around 2017 and 2018. There are 4 main people. Myself, my name's Sarah, Olivia, Megan, and Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't get involved until later in the story. We'll call the 2 spirits Blue and Red for reasons that I feel fit them well. And we always knew that it was the same 2 entities through consistencies with mannerisms and knowledge from previous sessions. A quick bit of information on Blue and Red. These are paired spirits. I know that they died together. However, I've been asked not to share much more than that. There was a time once when I did. I ended up facing a bunch of bad luck. Just know that these are paired spirits. You barely ever get one without the other being there too. Red was a very strong entity, and you could always tell because whenever they were around, their energy was so strong that you could feel a lot of pressure on your chest and shoulders. I even remember my ears ringing at some point. Blue was a weaker entity because there was a noticeable difference in the amount of pressure in your chest and shoulders. Both of them together could be suffocating. Anyways, it was around 11 p.m. or so on one evening. If I remember correctly, I was on a Skype call with Megan and Olivia, 2 of my closest internet friends at the time. We were just chatting about random things until one of us, I believe it might have been Megan, decided that we should try a Ouija board. I was skeptical at first because I hadn't heard about anything good happening from using one of those. To be completely honest, I was a bit of a scaredy cat, and I opted out of being part of the first session. Olivia and Megan did it without me, and later, they went on and on about how they couldn't believe it actually worked. I became a lot more intrigued, so I decided that I would join them for the next session. The next session occurred the next day, and I was giddy with excitement and anxiety. Olivia pulls out the board over our Skype call, and we begin. Of course, I wanted to ask all the obvious questions like how they died or what their life was like. These entities, especially Red, were very talkative. Red would be the spokesperson, if you will, if both entities were present, and the planchette would always move considerably fast. However, if we asked any questions about their lives or death, the planchette would either move incredibly slow or not at all. They were super willing to discuss anything else, though, such as music. It almost felt as if we, a couple of teenagers at the time, were talking to two other teenagers. The paranormal experiences we had were the stereotypical ones that most people might have with a Ouija board. However, these experiences would occur even when we weren't having a session. It would include objects falling off the shelves, items disappearing and reappearing somewhere else, footsteps, tapping, knocking, door handles jiggling, electronics turning off randomly, etc. I'd also had other experiences in the beginning, too, that almost felt like these entities were pulling pranks on me. There was one time I needed to straighten my hair, so I turned my straightener on. I walked away for about a minute, came back, and it was off. I turned it back on again, went to use the restroom, and it was off again when I came back. I've also had this experience when a brand new charger of mine disappeared from its spot for a few days. I tore the house apart looking for it. Well, a few days later, I found the charger in a different spot than where I know I'd left it. Except when I found it, the wires were exposed. It looked like one had been either removed or cut. Of course, the charger no longer worked. A third experience I had occurred when I noticed all of my brand new razors began to be dulled. I had bought a pack of 5 or something, and the blade had been so dulled that you could barely see the blade at all. No matter how hard I pressed, the razor wouldn't even begin to get rid of the hair growing back on my legs. This happened with about 5 or so razors. I actually still have them because I wanted to keep them as proof or something. Anyway, over time, the paranormal experiences began to escalate. We started seeing the same ghostly figures. However, they didn't like to let you look for long. Blue was the taller of the two. Any time they appeared, they'd be well over 6 feet tall. They had a head, but they had no face. Red was the same way. No face, except they were shorter, appearing under 6 feet. Megan and Olivia and I would also dream about them in similar ways. They wouldn't have a face in our dreams either, just a regular person without any features. Most of the dreams I experienced weren't too crazy, except for one. I can remember 4 dreams specifically. One was just Blue and Red and I drinking in a park or something. Another was Blue and I sitting at a table in a dimly lit room, talking. And it ended with Blue giving me a hug. The third occurred just after my dog passed away. I had a dream with Blue, and I was just talking about my dog, showing them pictures as they comforted me. Then, the fourth dream. It was the most confusing. I was in a school, and I was hiding under a desk. I had a gun. and they just stood there, watching me, very intently. I don't remember much else, though, because that might have been the point when I woke up. It also intensified in a way that none of us really knew how to react. Megan was joking around with Olivia and called her a hoe. It wasn't serious at all, but Red took it as a serious matter anyways, and spent the entire next day messing with Megan in a mean way. She had her car door closed on her. Her milkshake exploded in her face, like someone had squeezed the cup really hard. Anyway, this is when Elizabeth starts to get involved because Megan tells her about the experiences. Megan and Elizabeth know each other in person, and Megan would often talk to Elizabeth because they had been best friends for a long time. Megan had been feeling excluded during the sessions, and Elizabeth was feeling skeptical of everything. This led to an argument, and I remember Blue stating word for word, "It's like talking to a brick wall," when referencing the argument with Megan. This argument led to Megan not really participating much anymore with Olivia and I. However, she and Elizabeth started doing their own sessions privately, without Olivia and I knowing until later on. Olivia and I continued doing the board together. The group got to a point where we were sort of paired. Blue would hang around with me more, and Red would hang around with Olivia more. I remember 2 times when I was at school, I was bored. I was in English class one day, and I felt Blue near me because of the pressure on my shoulders. I grabbed a sheet of paper and I wrote that I was bored. And I said that Blue should do something to scare everyone. Well, sure enough, when we were all standing at the back of the classroom, 10 or so minutes later, a laptop at the front of the room was shoved across the desk on its own. Then there was another time when myself and some others were sitting in the auditorium. I did the same thing. I grabbed a piece of paper, said I was bored, and told Blue that they should do something to try to scare everyone. Not long after, there was a loud banging coming from the back wall of the auditorium. It was so loud it sounded like fireworks. Nobody could have been doing it from the other side either, because the other side was a brick wall. I'll go over a few other experiences that stand out to me, even 4 years later. Some guys were bothering me in the hallway at school. It was just us because classes were still going on. All of a sudden, I felt Blue's energy, and this was followed by a really loud banging on the lockers. Everyone was confused, and the boys, they decided to go back to class because the experience was so strange to them. Once I was left alone in the hallway, the banging stopped. Then there were a few times when I was in the art room. I'd get this intense pins and needles feelings on my arm and wrist, followed by the smell of floral perfume. I was confused the first time it happened, and I wondered, where was it coming from? Until Olivia mentioned some perfume that she had. I asked her what it smelled like, and then smelled my wrist again. And that's when the dots connected. This entity had, for some reason, put Olivia's perfume on my wrist. This only happened whenever I was anxious in class. Anyways, this continued for a while. However, Olivia and I both going through a lot individually because neither of us had great childhoods or an easy time at school. This is when we started to grow apart because it was affecting our relationship. I'm not entirely sure how this conversation came up. I think Elizabeth had messaged me to warn Olivia and I not to do the board anymore. I was confused and I started asking her all of these questions about what's going on. This is when she told me that her and Megan had continued using the board on their own. And these are what I remember to be the correct order of events that happened during Megan and Elizabeth's session. A female spirit, blue and red, were contacted. So 3 spirits. I believe the female spirit was contacted first. The female spirit admitted to being evil, and she said to stay away from blue and red. The female admitted to wanting Megan, Elizabeth, and myself out. She even admitted to trying to scare me away. We believe she may have stopped or may have been made to stop by blue and red. We still have unanswered questions about this female spirit. However, blue and red didn't share anything about this female spirit being around in our session previously. After the female spirit, Megan and Elizabeth were able to get through to blue and red. Megan and Elizabeth tried asking about the female spirit. However, neither would give up any information. Blue and red just told them to stay away from her. The female spirit came through again and said the same about blue and red, to stay away from them. Blue and red came back through. Red wouldn't admit to anything, and blue stated that they never wanted us to know about the female spirit. Neither were showing any aggression at this point. Then, Elizabeth explains how blue's behavior changed. They wanted emotion and even started flirting, making sexual comments, saying that they loved Elizabeth. Elizabeth gently rejected them, and blue seemed hurt. This is when I became skeptical that it was the same spirit at all. However, it really was blue. They were giving information about myself that nobody else would have known, and this was without Megan and Elizabeth asking for it. Blue proved to be who they were more by giving very extensive, consistent information about themselves. They also acted anxious, depressed, shy, and quiet, like normal. Their most common sentence during the session was, "Love me." They didn't get red a ton at first, from what they believe, but whenever they did, blue would hardly speak afterwards, if at all. Red is a strong entity, much stronger than blue. It was this session that made that obvious. What was also made more obvious was how territorial they were. Red told Elizabeth that she didn't like her for the first few months of her being involved because she was too skeptical of them. She'd wanted to profile them and get information. At this point, Elizabeth tells me this: Red loves to play, and so does Blue. It's not a game that you can mutually play because you don't know the rules. You don't even know the game. This is when things really ramped up quickly. Elizabeth was consumed with an overwhelming amount of anger. She threw the planchette across the room, and nothing but purely hateful things just started spilling out of her mouth. She didn't even remember what she had said. And I wasn't there to be able to say either. That's when Blue came through again and kept saying, "Love me." Elizabeth snapped at them like she'd never snapped before, saying that she didn't love them, that she could never love anybody. She said some other things, but I was never told what. Elizabeth was consumed by anger once again, and she said it was so intense that there was this white noise in her ears. And that's when the board said this over and over again. "You're just like me. You're just like me. You're just like me." Elizabeth called for Blue, but the board spelled Red's name, or their nickname, from when they were alive. At this point, Elizabeth was crying and denying it, but she was still filled with so much anger. And then Megan started to be filled with a sadness and depression that she'd never felt in her life, and she struggled to calm down. Then the board said, You try to figure me out because you're scared. Remember, Elizabeth was skeptical and wanted information. By the time the board finishes spelling this out, Elizabeth became aware that she had been saying, "I'm just like them, I'm just like them, I'm just like them," over and over again. The board spelled, "You're gonna break," as Elizabeth kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. Megan began to get angry at this point. This is the last time I remember or have the conversation, but I do remember Olivia and I not believing what they told us about that experience. I don't know why, but we continued to do the board, but not for very long. We continued growing apart before finally deciding that it was no longer healthy for us to be friends. We haven't done the board in a long time. However, I still feel them around, and I know that they're there. In fact, I've had to move locations completely while writing this because the energy has been so strong. I can even feel their breath on my arms as I write. Several years ago, maybe a year or so after I finished high school, I was with a group of friends. I'm going to change their names, including my own. Anyway, this group of friends and I were quite bored on a summer night in a small town. So naturally, we broke out a Ouija board. Like most places, we had our local ghost stories. You know, the tales told to kids to keep them out of the woods. Well, we took our $12.99 glow-in-the-dark Ouija board to one of our town's most infamous spaces at midnight. So me, Phoebe, along with friends Monica, Rachel, Joey, Chandler, Janice, and Ross. We all went to our local junior high courtyard, where, legend has it, you'll hear a baby cry at midnight. This is where we went to use the board. We started by asking all the usual questions, and wouldn't you know it, not a damn thing happened. So, defeated and still bored, we trudged back to Rachel's place. She lived real close. Her mom was really chill. Looking back on it, probably a little too chill, but she told us that we should have lit candles, sat in a circle, really do the damn thing. So, being incredibly stupid and immature teenagers, we did it again. But this time, it was a little different. We asked all the usual. Is there someone here? Yes. Do you want to harm us? No. Monica started acting strange. She was breathing kind of heavy, tearing up. No one else really noticed, but I did. I wish I'd said something. Rachel asked, "Do you want to tell us something?" Yes. What? Joey and Chandler had noticed by now that Monica was visibly and audibly upset. We met eyes. Not wanting to break the link that we created, without words, we agreed to let it ride. What? Janice asked the board, again, more forcefully this time, as she was becoming scared and impatient. Hurt. That's when Monica let go. She began rocking back and forth, crying and sweating profusely. Ross started to go to her, but along with the others, I screamed for him to stop. Don't break the link. Rachel, eyes now brimmed with tears, asked, "You want to hurt one of us?" No. So, someone we know will get hurt, maybe? Yes. Okay. We all sat back, Monica still noticeably hyperventilating. While Ross's face was still plastered with worry, Chandler gave me the "she's totally being dramatic" look. And honestly, I agreed. I wanted to get this moving along already. So I said, "Fine. Who is going to get hurt? J. And circle. J. Rinse and repeat, just J. We briefly discussed as a group. None of us knew someone whose name began with a J. Me again. So, someone with a J name is going to get hurt? Yes. How? Wreck. Monica had visible tears rolling down her cheeks. I was beginning to get annoyed. Is anyone else going to get hurt? Yes. Well, who? I demanded impatiently. Brian. At this point, it was like 2 a.m. We were all irritated and bored and just blew out the candles and quit playing. We never said goodbye to the board. I was actually spending the night with Rachel that night, and once everyone had left and we'd settled into bed, it was about 3 a.m. Just as I closed my pretty little eyes, my mother called me. My cousin, Jay, was in a really bad motorcycle wreck. He wasn't dead, but he was hurt. Really bad. In a coma. But here's what really had me fucked up. He and his wife had just had their son a couple of weeks before. They named him Brian. I know it sounds absolutely bonkers, but it's been almost 20 years, and my cousin Jay, he's alive. When he came out of this coma, he was different. Sometimes I'll catch him looking at me, but I won't recognize his eyes. If I'm ever alone in a room with him, I'm just overwhelmed by this lightheaded feeling. I don't know, man. Kids say the darndest things, right? Kindergarten teacher here. Earlier this month, the parent of a student contacted me about a death in the family. Her mother, the student's grandmother, she'd been living with them until she passed. The family took a week off, and they just returned late last week. On Monday, the student comes into class, completely exhausted. I kept him inside for recess, and he slept the whole time in our little reading nook. Before the kids got back in, I woke him up and asked how his weekend was and why he's so tired. The little boy tells me his grandma is keeping him awake at night. I ask if he's been having sad dreams that have been waking him up. Experiencing a close loss is traumatic for a child, and originally, I assumed and expected him to be a bit off after he returned. But he says it's not when he's dreaming. Before he's asleep, Grandma hides in his closet and calls out for him, calling his name and telling him to come play with her. He says it scares him, so he tries to stay as quiet as possible. I ask if it could be the sound of a TV in another room or loud neighbors, and he says no. He knows it's her because when he doesn't reply, she sometimes will poke her head out and either keeps calling for him or starts meowing like an old cat. My next question is, has he told his mom about this? He said yes, but she doesn't believe that Grandma's hiding in the closet. I asked, why doesn't he just go to Mom's room when Grandma scares him? He says the closet is right next to his bedroom door, and he's afraid that she'll jump out and grab him if he tries to run. All my years as an undergrad, still paying off college debt, and I'm already running into problems I wasn't taught how to handle. So, next recess, he and I visit our school's guidance counselor. She's amazing with children and a seasoned vet when it comes to tackling tough situations. But even she was at a loss for words when he finished his story. She asked him to draw a picture of what he sees. She and I shared the same uneasy expression when his drawing was complete. After school, I called his mom to converse about the day. Speaking with his mom, she's well aware of her son's fears. She also told me that she's been hearing noises too, but doesn't want to scare her son by confirming his fears are real. She said that her next plan was to get in contact with their church, to get someone over there to bless the house. Until then, she's going to let him sleep in the living room this week. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if Grandma pays another visit. Childcare workers. What's the darndest thing kids have ever told you? How would you handle this situation? My mother told me a true story of when she was younger. She was about 15 or 16. She had a cousin who was beautiful, fair-skinned, light eyes, auburn hair, sweet and kind. One night, she was coming home late from a friend's house when it started to rain heavily. She was still a few blocks from home, so she took shelter underneath a giant tree. In Islam, they say that you should not be out after sunset, and especially never be out around trees, as that's where spirits roost. When my mother's cousin arrived home that night, she was shivering, wet, and extremely tired. She went to sleep right away, and the cousin my mother once knew was gone. She woke up a different person, thing. There was no hiding behind her cousin's identity. This thing claimed he was a male jinn, and he found her to be very beautiful. He wanted to marry her, and he wouldn't be taking no for an answer. The cousin's parents called several imams. Each one tried prayers and to coax the jinn out, to leave this body, release her, let her go free. The jinn refused. My mother said it was so odd seeing her cousin. It was her cousin's body and face, but when she spoke, a deep male's voice came out. It would talk about places and faraway lands it had visited. My mother's cousin had never left the small town or village. She, or it, would produce fruits and vegetables that were out of season and not grown in that region. My mother said that once her aunt and uncle were having trouble with their stone oven. In Pakistan, these stone ovens weighed a lot, and they took 4 strong men to lift and move. The cousin saw the parents struggling and moved the oven by herself, or itself. That was not their daughter. The strength and the power that it displayed might as well have been magical. Things that it did, such as producing the fruits and vegetables without leaving the house, it's unexplainable, but at the time, they knew this wasn't their daughter trying to be someone else. This was someone else. My mother said the jinn stayed in her cousin's body for almost a year until her aunt and uncle's story reached a very poised and renowned imam. He traveled to the home and read Quran. They had prayer, had the cousin drink Zamzam water, didn't leave her side until the jinn finally left from the torture. My mother said her cousin didn't remember anything. It was as if her life started again from the night she originally came home from standing underneath the tree. My aunt and uncle didn't tell her, and had everybody else promise to never tell her anything about the possession. My mother said her cousin was back, the same happy, sweet, and kind girl that she used to be. She went on to get married to a nice man from her college, and they had 4 cute children. She's in her 60s now, and she doesn't know what happened to her all of those years ago. My grandmother hesitantly confirmed the story, providing more details, only after promising I would never speak of it to anyone in Pakistan when I go to visit relatives. My uncles, they've also confirmed the story, witnessing for themselves what occurred. Possession apparently runs on both sides of my family, mother and father. On my father's side, it hits closer to home. I'll post that soon.
When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost, innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It It all began 2017. I had a friend over. We'd been playing Minecraft on PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well. Until my grandpa came storming out of his room, demanding we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. I, on the other hand, decided to see if I could stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed. I was still lying awake, with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. I couldn't tell the time, even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could. I just sort of figured that it was about 3, because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and I looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch. In the lounge were 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared to be standing on top of. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room. Its eyes were red and body emitting a black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more a sense of curiosity and calmness. I wasn't afraid whatsoever, and I just stared. I thought I was asleep, but I was awake, and it was really happening. I just lay there, staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound. The objects in the surrounding area were displayed in faint colors, accompanied by fuzz and sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend had realized she'd peed the bed. She'd never done anything like that before. It could have just been a coincidence, but I don't think so. To this day, everyone has put this up to my imagination, but I know it was real.
This is one of my many past paranormal experiences. I've always had a ghost following me, and every house I've lived in until my most recent has been haunted. Occasionally, my girlfriend of a few years would find scratches on my back and suspect I was cheating on her. The fact that I never knew where they came from only made things worse. It was happening for years before I learned why my back was always burning or itching. Well, one grueling summer day, she and I were sitting at the end of our bed, and I was playing Assassin's Creed 3. She sat next to me watching and talking about random things. It was rare for us to have the same time off. This was the first time in months. We didn't have air conditioning, and I was sweating profusely. So I removed my shirt and I threw it in the dirty clothes bin. My girlfriend started kissing me, but ultimately, I went back to the game. It was just too hot. The sweat was dripping down my back, and it burned like hellfire. Knowing something was wrong, I asked my girlfriend to see if there was a rash or anything that might be causing it to itch or burn. The moment she saw my back, she slapped my neck and began cursing furiously. Confused, I asked her what was wrong, and she responded with, "Who's the bitch you're screwing?" I insisted I wasn't cheating on her, and she demanded to know who put the scratches on my back. But I had no clue what she was talking about. Obviously, had another girl put scratches all over my back, I wouldn't have removed my shirt and asked my girlfriend to look at it. She thought about that for a moment, but still gave me a look of distrust. I asked her to take a photo so I could at least see what she was talking about, and she did. The pictures did not disappoint. All the way down my back were 3 huge red scratches. Then my girlfriend wanted to know how the scratches did get there, if it wasn't another girl, because she knew it wasn't her. I explained that humans have 5 fingers. Unless the other girl was missing a couple of digits, something else made those marks. We shared a laugh, but she still seemed unsure. I reminded her that with the exception of work and quick trips to the corner store, I hadn't left the house all week. She'd even been taking me to and from work since she was on vacation. I never had time to run off with anyone else. That reasoning finally seemed to put her at ease, and she suggested that I see a priest about whatever it is that's following me. She wanted to know how long the physical attacks had been occurring, but I couldn't say for sure. That was the first time I saw it for myself. It's not exactly an area I see every day. For as long as I can remember, I've had an interest in the spiritual world and thought it would be cool to communicate with the dead. Back in 2014, my mom was browsing the local Facebook buying and selling group. She came across someone selling a used Ouija board. It caught her attention because it was glow-in-the-dark, limited edition, so she bought it for me. She played with one as a child and thought that I would enjoy it too. It was a stormy, gloomy, almost spooky day when the seller brought us the board. As soon as I saw it, I got a bad vibe. Once the guy left, I told my mom I didn't feel safe using it. I wanted to do some research first. She was surprised at my reaction, considering how interested I'd been in playing with it, but I ended up watching YouTube videos and hearing some pretty bad stories. They made me feel even more uncomfortable about trying it. Ultimately, Mom boxed it up and left it on our porch. It stayed there for many years. This brings us to spring of 2022. By now, I'd gotten really interested in the paranormal. I knew a lot more about Ouija boards, especially how dangerous they could be. I reached out to my mom and asked if she remembered the board from years ago. I advised her to get rid of it, saying that it could bring bad luck and negative energy. It's weird, because since moving to this house in 2014, we hadn't had a lot of good experiences. But apparently, she'd gotten rid of it the last time she reorganized the porch. Now, let's fast forward a little more. I go to school in a different part of the country, but return to my mom's house each summer. Once home, I started hearing strange stuff in my bedroom, like whispering. I thought it was just the air conditioner, but it honestly sounded like voices, and I'd never heard anything similar until that summer. I also sensed the Ouija board was still in the house. I went looking for it, and I eventually found the Ouija box, tucked away in a clear storage bin, so I grabbed it and took it to my mom. As we looked in the box, we noticed it was different. The board in the box looked like new. When we opened it, the planchette was still in its own separate wrap. This was not how we remembered the board. When Mom got it from the guy, it had been used. The box had some wear and tear, and the planchette wasn't wrapped in anything. At this point, we're both weirded out and just wanted it out of the house. I'd heard that Ouija boards could come back and change if not disposed of properly. For the time being, we put it in the backyard until we could figure out how to get rid of it. It was finally out of the house, but leaving it on our property wasn't a smart move. Bad things started happening. My father got into a minor car accident, the first one of his entire life. Our basement flooded with town sewage. Nasty, I know. Before this, our basement had only gotten wet once, when someone left the window open during a storm. When a handyman came over, the guy almost fell through our basement stairs. He wasn't hurt, but it really scared Mom. She ended up getting the stairs replaced, even though it was very expensive. Then the scariest thing of all happened to Dad. There was a big fire in his apartment building. Multiple units were destroyed, including one right above him. Thankfully, No one was injured, but his unit did suffer some water damage, so he was forced to move out. It would take at least 6 months for renovations. The final incident happened while the Ouija board was still in the backyard. Mom and I noticed that we didn't have any hot water, so we went to the basement. We discovered the water heater wasn't working. We tried to reset it, but we couldn't get it back on. A repairman came to check it out, and he said that the unit had overheated. Fortunately, there was a safety setting that had shut it off before getting dangerously hot. He then explained that the water heater's thermostat was faulty. Otherwise, it would have never gotten that hot. If the safety switch hadn't shut it off, it could have blown up. We were lucky. One thing I noticed is that even with all of these close calls, no one was harmed. It was almost as if someone or something was watching out for us. After the last thing happened with the hot water heater, Mom and I agreed that the Ouija board had to go. It was bringing us bad luck, and we worried that things could only get worse. Even my dad was having bad luck, but my parents were divorced, and he'd never lived in that house. Mom decided to take it to the town dump. She separated the board and the planchette so she could toss them in 2 separate garbage bins. As she was driving to the dump, she noticed something odd at the neighbor's house. There was a vintage hearse from the 70s parked in the driveway. She texted me about it. I agreed it was weird, but people do buy old hearse sometimes. Mom then disposed of the Ouija board and returned home. On her way back, she drove past the neighbor's house and noticed the hearse was gone. There was only a dumpster that had been sitting in the driveway. Mom had never seen a hearse in the neighbor's driveway before that day. She hasn't seen one since. It's also worth noting that the driveway was too short for both a hearse and a dumpster to be parked there at the same time. Later that week, Mom and I were at Barnes & Noble, decided to have a coffee at their Starbucks. Guess what we saw when we dropped off our serving tray? Tucked away near the milk and sugar was a Ouija board. I know they sell them at Barnes & Noble, and I guess someone could have just left it there, but it still freaked us out. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex Christopher in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the 3 of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. A couple of years ago, my cousin and I enjoyed late-night walks in our neighborhood, mainly just up the street and back, not far. We would talk and discuss our difficult family. One evening, it was close to 1 a.m., a later time than our usual walks. At the end of the street is a tunnel under a railroad track. We heard what sounded like an argument. The only people who live on the other side were an old lady and an abandoned house. We went there. I went a little further than my cousin. I could hear little girl voices, 2 of them at least. They sounded to be preteen age. They also sounded as if they could be directly in front of me. They were whispering, but nothing that I could hear well enough to understand. As I started walking in the tunnel a little, I still couldn't see anyone, but I felt uneasy and backed away. And I left it at that. Maybe 20 minutes later, we're walking up our street, which is a small incline that leans to a flat strip of road. Near the top of the hill is a church that has a rooftop area with a picnic table. No one was there on our way up the street, which doesn't take too long to walk to the end of our road and back down a small hill towards our houses. As we were walking down the hill, and the picnic tables come into view right off the side of the road, I see a girl with long blonde hair down to her back. She's dressed up in a nice shirt and shorts, as if she'd been going somewhere. But it's 1 a.m., and she looks 16. The most noticeable thing is her eyes. They're pitch black. And by pitch black, I mean both eyes are completely black, with no white in her eyes. At the church, there's a street lamp right where we were, so I could see her well lit. She's just sitting there on the picnic bench, motionless. Instead of sitting facing the picnic table in front of her, she's sitting on the edge of the bench, facing the road we would walk down. Her gaze doesn't move. Her neck doesn't move. Her posture is straight. She isn't doing anything at all, except sitting absolutely still. She's facing the road, but her gaze doesn't move as we walk by and we're in her line of sight. She makes no acknowledgement of our presence whatsoever, or any facial expression. I'm immediately alarmed by seeing her, but I decide on the spot to make no indication. I even saw her and kept walking past at the same pace. My younger cousin next to me clearly saw her, and I can't quite remember what I said to her, or if I communicated through body language, but I got her to follow along with me. We made it to my porch, and we didn't go in, but just waited. I can't recall how long it was, but I'll say a couple of minutes. She walked down the gravel parking lot at the church and walked at a normal pace onto the road where me and my cousin just watched her. Her movements were robotic. Her head never turned an inch. She never stopped looking forward and remained at perfect posture. She walked down the road right past us and didn't even turn her head an inch. She didn't even look at us and just went through the tunnel. We never saw her again, and our town is kind of small, so we know a lot of people in the area, and we never saw anyone like her before. Her behavior seemed too odd for me to believe that she was an actual person. My cousin later told me that she had a strange feeling we were being watched before seeing her. Also, while we were watching her from my porch, my cousin recorded her on her phone. It was dark, but there was a street lamp illuminating the road. She said she looked through it and didn't even see her, so she got scared and deleted it. I was right with her. I didn't get a chance to see it. She had already deleted it. We never saw her again, though, and later resumed our nighttime walks. What are your thoughts? So this morning around 5 a.m., I woke up to my boyfriend nudging me in the back, trying to wake me up. I remembered him seeming panicked, but don't remember what he was saying. We ended up just going back to sleep. We hadn't really talked about what happened because we were at work and uni, but he just told me about it. He told me that this morning he was woken up by me having a full-on conversation with something whilst leaning on my elbow. I was facing the corner of the room where the closed door was. The door was completely black, and the center was the darkest place in the room. He couldn't make out what I was saying, but he said it was like I was speaking to something. He said he turned around and looked at me. I then turned over and went back to sleep. That's when he started nudging me. He said it really scared him and was the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to him. I've never talked in my sleep before or anything like that. We've slept in the same bed for 2 years, and I've never done anything like this. He said a few things in his sleep before, but he's never sat up and acted like he was having a conversation. But he said I was full on looking at something and talking to it. I have no memory of this at all. In the past year, I've experienced some sleep paralysis. I've seen figures standing in the doorway, so this kind of scares me.